Good morning, everybody. It's wonderful to be here. Dear stakeholders, dear internet community, it's a huge pleasure for me to be here to moderate, together with my colleague Mark, this main session of the Dynamic Coalition. My name is Irina Zevki. I'm from Germany, and there I'm Director for National, European, and International Digital Policy with the federal government. We are, and this has been said many times at this forum, at a very important time for internet governance. The Global Digital Compact has just been adopted in September and is now waiting for its implementation. Therefore, we saw that it would be very fitting to discuss a bit the contributions that the dynamic coalitions have for the implementation of the 5 key objectives of the Global Digital Compact. And just to start from equal footing, I'll read them to you once again so that we all know what we are talking about. And the GDC is around for quite a while, so maybe someone has forgotten, but they are. First, bridging digital divides and accelerating progress toward the Sustainable Development Goals. 2, expanding digital economy, inclusion, and benefits for all. 3, fostering safe, secure, and inclusive digital space that upholds human rights. 4, advancing responsible, equitable, and interoperable data governance. And 5, enhancing global AI governance for humanity's benefit. So it's really about all, the very big picture. And yeah, it's so very fitting that we meet here today. This session builds really well on last year's Dynamic Coalition main session. It was called The Internet We Want, Human Rights in the Digital Space to Accelerate the SDGs. And it was really an ideal platform for sustainable digital development discussions. It also fits into the topic of this IGF very well. It has one sub-team which is particularly fitting for what we do today or intend to do today. It's improving digital governance for the internet we want. And with that broad picture, I hand it over to my colleague Mark, who will tell you a bit more about what is about to happen here on stage.
Okay, thank you very much, Irina. And good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for coming at this early hour during a busy week here in Riyadh at the IGF. It's much appreciated, and welcome everybody who's following us today online. It's very good for you to have you with us today. As Irina said, I'm sharing the moderation with her for this session. My background is I was with the UK government on digital policy going back all the way back to 2005 and the Tunis summit of the World Summit of the Information Society. So I've been to most IGFs, and since leaving UK government, I've continued to be engaged with the IGF community as a member of a dynamic coalition, IS3C, which is the Dynamic Coalition on Internet Standards, Security and Safety. I'm a senior policy advisor with that dynamic coalition, and we're one of the coalitions that we'll cover this morning. So I have that role, and also I'm working with EURIDIG, the European Regional IGF, on the Global Digital Compact. I've been chairing the consultations undertaken by EURIDIG on that and inputting into the co-facilitators' consultations with stakeholders on behalf of EURIDIG. So it's great to co-moderate this session, which I think will highlight in many ways how dynamic coalitions do have a major potential role in the Global Digital Compact and the follow-up following its signature in New York and entering now the implementation phase with an endorsement process and so on. So the dynamic coalitions are standing ready, really, to assist with all that process. And what we're doing here today is providing them with the opportunity to explain how they do connect with the Global Digital Compact process and the Sustainable Development Agenda as well. There are 31 dynamic coalitions currently, covering a diverse range of technology, governance, sectoral and public policy issues, opportunities and challenges. So they're very focused, year-round IGF activities, staffed by volunteers, and we will advocate people who are interested today in following up potentially as a member of a coalition. This is very easy to do. You just sign up, basically. It'll be a great opportunity for stakeholders who want to get involved through the dynamic coalitions. We'll talk about that right at the end. But as I say, the coalitions do cover a wide range of issues, and 21 of the 31 coalitions immediately stepped forward when the coordination group of the dynamic coalitions said, you know, we're going to have a main session which is focused on the Global Digital Compact and sustainable development. They stepped forward and said, look, we are, you know, doing work which is highly relevant to the scope of the compact and so on. So what we're doing here today is we're going through the objectives, which Irina recounted for us at the beginning. one by one, with representatives of the clusters of dynamic coalitions that have said this particular objective is the one that we are the most potentially engaged in, giving you a quick explanation of what those coalitions are for each objective. And then we'll have a little bit of, in the panel, just a little bit of discussion for each objective. And then after that, we will then really open it out to everybody who's taking part in an interactive discussion. So save your questions, comments, reactions, and anything else you want to raise with any of the speakers or any of the representatives of the dynamic coalitions when we reach that part of today's session. We want to hear from you. We want to know what you think the coalitions can do perhaps more, and areas where they can collaborate amongst themselves. That's very important to bear in mind. There are coalitions that do work in the similar sort of sectoral areas, and they can usefully collaborate in this whole environment of the Global Digital Compact. So that's what we'll do. I think I've probably said enough. We will want to try and define some messages and potential outcomes from this session. And Jutta Kroll, who's helped to organize this session, is ready with us to come and support Irina and me in wrapping up with some potential ways forward, recommendations, what we might do in terms of engaging as a coalition community with the whole GDC process. We'll do that at the end in about 10 minutes. So the emphasis is on participation, hearing from you. That's what we want to. We have a bit of a download of information. We'll go through that as succinctly as possible, but that's a preface really for hearing from you. I think I'll stop there with the explanation. I hope that's all clear. Hand back to you, Irina, for kicking off with objectives. Yes.
Perfect. And with that, we're getting started. It's a pleasure to first introduce June Paris, who unfortunately cannot be here today, but luckily she's with us online. And it's really hard to present or to introduce a person like June in just 30 seconds, which is almost impossible. She is not only an experienced nurse, but she's also engaged in groundbreaking research. Lately, she has worked on nutrition in pregnant women. She has extensive experience in business development, research and startup involvement, as well as business support and volunteer work. I could on forever now, but I'm glad to hand it over to her, and she will talk about the possible contributions of dynamic coalitions to the Global Digital Compact's objective of bridging digital divides. Over to you, June. Can you hear us? We can't hear you yet. We can't hear you yet, so maybe there is some technical person that can help us to fix the internet and make it open, accessible, and everything else. If not, we could also wait, and maybe you try to fix the technical problems, and we start with our second speaker. Perfect. Then I hand it over to you, Mark.
Okay, back to me then, Irina. Thank you. Yes. Okay, let's hopefully come back to June and Objective 1 a little later when the technical issue is resolved. So let's go to Objective 2, expanding the digital economy, inclusion and benefits for all. So our speaker to describe the coalitions in this cluster is Dr. Mohammed Shabir, who is a member of Internet Society's Accessibility Special Interest Group, is a member of the Pakistan ISOC chapter and a member of the Digital Coalition on Accessibility and Disability, DCAD. So, Dr. Shabir, can I hand over to you to describe the cluster of dynamic coalitions who have signaled that they are most interested in Objective 2 and contributing to that objective? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. And Assalamu alaikum, good morning to everyone. It is a privilege to address this session where we gather as representatives of the IGF's diverse and dynamic community to align our collective contributions with Global Digital Compact. As part of this significant milestone in the global digital governance, our work announces and aligns with the Global Digital Compact and indicates inclusion, accessibility, and sustainability in the digital economy. The specific objective I am addressing today, expanding digital economy, inclusion, and benefits for all, is foundational to achieving this vision. The GDC demands that all stakeholders work collaboratively to dismantle barriers, promote digital equity, and harness technology to empower individuals and communities. I am honored to represent 4 of the dynamic coalitions in our community as displayed. And these dynamic coalitions collectively show that if we want, we can achieve anything in the digital arena. Together, these coalitions exemplify how collaborations and shared experiences strengthen the IGF ecosystem and drive the implementation of GDC. Each coalition operates with a shared ethos of inclusivity, equity, and sustainability, building bridges between stakeholders and addressing the critical challenges in the way of digital development. As we all know, access to digital financial services is cornerstone of economic inclusivity. DCDFI has been working tirelessly to dismantle the barriers that prevent marginalized groups from participating in the digital economy. Through discussions, the DCDFI has identified key barriers such as interoperability issues, restrictive policies, and gaps in the digital and financial literacy to harness access to equitable, affordable, and effective digital financial services. Knowledge is a public good, and the DCOER is committed to making it universal and accessible. By promoting openly licensed content as a foundational cornerstone of digital inclusion, DCOER contributes to advancing the goal of GDC and its principle of inclusivity, accessibility, and innovation. Open licenses are something that in educational context provide access to different linguistic and other cultures to access to the information. And by equipping individuals with the skill to drive in the digital economy, the DCOER is transforming education into a catalyst for sustainable development. In any of the digital inclusion services, It is required that persons with disabilities can also fully participate. DCAD has been at the forefront of advancing for accessibility in the digital platforms and policies. The vision of DCAD is clear, where each and every person, regardless of the ability, has the access to the information and digital content. This year, DCAD is revising its accessibility guidelines for IGF meetings, which can also be used by other organizations. We also have 4 fellows, persons with lived experience of disability in these corridors participating inclusively. Environmental exclusion. Sustainability is not just an environmental imperative. It is an economic opportunity. And DCE advances for the interoperability of green policies into digital governance. We all know that the work of these coalitions may seem that as if they are operating in silos, but they work together. When their work is collectively seen as a comprehensive, cohesive unit, they say that economy is driven by education, includes persons with disabilities, which requires green policies. And collectively, collaboratively, we can achieve the goals of GDC and Global Digital Compact and the Vision 2030. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, a round of applause for Dr. Shabir. Thank you very much. All those 4 coalitions are doing incredibly important work and really addressing some of the crucial challenges as well as opportunities for communities which may be marginalized or disadvantaged. And I wonder, just one question, no doubt those 4 coalitions are identifying common barriers for marginalized communities from participating in the digital economy. Do you think there is scope, particularly perhaps through collaboration amongst those coalitions, to address and resolve those barriers? What do you think? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. And that's a really crucial question where the work of one DC enters into the domain of other DC and how they collaborate with one another. If I give just the example of these 4 coalitions where we have been collaborating, DCAD, which is for the rights of persons with disabilities, has conducted webinars and sessions with the digital DC on financial inclusion to make banking systems accessible, financial systems accessible for people with disabilities. Similarly, today, after this session, DCAD and DCOER are joining together in a workshop where we will be discussing how digital accessibility could be ensured for everyone in education and how this interacts with persons with disabilities and without disabilities. Similarly, DC on environment. We cannot forget environment is something that we all work towards, and we are living where we will be impacted if we don't care of it. So while we try to work in our individual domains, we try to inculcate steps where the policies and achievements, they are sustainable and green.
Thank you, Dr. Shabir. That's a great example of working together on common objectives that are directly relevant to the compact. So I'm sure this may well come up again in our discussion with people taking part today. Okay, with that, I'll hand back to you, Irina, for objective one, maybe. Let's fingers crossed.
Yeah, I think so too. And I'm checking with June Paris whether she's hearing us and whether we can hear her now.
Again, I can hear you very well. Can
Perfect.
you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Please, go ahead. We're looking forward to hearing you talking about bridging digital divides.
Yeah, I am June Paris. I am in Barbados at the moment, and it's 2 a.m., 2:26 in the morning. Anyway, I will speak quickly, and I will read the introduction for SIDS. So I will start straight away. While many in the global internet community, especially those interested in issues surrounding internet governance, are fully engaged with and attuned to the developments surrounding WCIT, WTSA, and ICANN, and the challenges and opportunities brought about by emerging issues such as cloud computing, social media, and mobile technology. It is becoming increasingly apparent that a greater degree of polarization and marginalization in the area of internet policy and strategy has been slowly occurring. SIDS was found in the Caribbean, Pacific, and AIMS, which is Africa, Indian Ocean, Mediterranean, and the South China Sea regions. Small island developing states, which is SIDS, which number about 52 at the last count, and which comprise approximately 60 million people, are seeking a greater voice with a higher level of volume in the international discourse, especially that relating to information and communication technology and critical resource management. According to various reports and documents published by the United Nations and other international organizations, the SIDS share several common sustainable development challenges. Small populations, as low as 2,000 in one state, limited resources, remoteness, susceptibility to natural disasters. They're vulnerable to external economic shocks, excessive dependence on international trade and extractive industries. Indeed, internal economies of many cities are characterized by state monopolies, effective monopolies by MNCs, and oligopolies, which often lead to price distortions for key goods and services. In the ICT sector, especially the telecommunications sector, voice and data operators are most likely to be monopolists or oligopolists. Sorry, I'm having trouble with that word, with attendant issues relating to non-competitive pricing, low levels of customer service, aging infrastructure, a lack of universal accessibility with digital inclusion and digital divide scenarios, often playing out to disadvantage of one or more sectors of the population. I have experience of that, so I can say, yes, this is what's really happening. It further faces on a daily basis with severe environmental, energy, and natural resource management challenges. The SIDS are hard-pressed to take full advantage of the potential in-territory benefits and opportunities made available through emerging technology, such as cloud computing and on-demand type ICT services. Given the tremendous amount of consumption of energy, capital, and natural resources that on-demand facilities of this nature demand. In this regard, and with a view to ensuring that these issues are properly ventilated amidst the debates among OECD's, G20, and BRICS countries that relate to internet and ICT policy and strategy, telecommunication standards and tariffs, universal access, and sustainable development funding approaches, it is patently obvious that the number and volume of SIDS voices must be elevated in the design, planning, and participation and collaborative activities with their larger colleagues in order to better align and contextualize policies, positions, and strategies. If I've got time, I will go on a bit. Although there are shared experiences and multiple synergies among the cities, it is not by any means an easy task to simply organize and facilitate this intention to raise the volume. Logistically, it is near impossible to treat with the needs of 52 countries and 60 million voices spanning thousands of miles of oceans across the globe through a single or even a series of position papers or a solitary conference session. The needs and requirements of the SIDS deserve more, a forum through which international community can hear their concerns and challenges, a forum through which SIDS can sit together and collaborate to themselves, define and offer their own possible solutions to their own problems, a forum in which exchanges of opinions, views, and possible solutions can be achieved on a level and equitable playing field. It is therefore incumbent upon the Internet Governance Forum, and indeed the wider WISE process, to provide a dedicated space forum for the SIDS to dialogue, firstly amongst themselves, and then with wider global community on a broader range of issues relating to and affecting Internet policy, modernization of critical Internet, infrastructure resources, the economies of telecommunications service provision, telecommunication service pricing, and the relationship to sustainable development and development funding, quality of service and quality of customer service practices, all of which take full consideration the unique vulnerabilities and environmental sensitivities of these small island nations. Therefore, a dedicated and ongoing Internet governance space for SIDS cuts across all the world's major geographical regions and will provide a useful example for not only multi-stakeholderism, but also South-South multilateralization and indeed cooperation. As small island developing states face the greatest risks and challenges due to the global economic downturn, double debt recession, and the Eurozone crisis, there's no better time than now to forge and harden this relationship, this partnership, and for the United Nations, the Internet Society, the International Telecommunications Union, and the other I organizations to recognize and support this quantum leap forward. So I will end there for now. If there's any questions, I will go on to those questions after, when the other speakers have spoken.
Thank you so much, June, for this broad and very rich presentation. I think as we are already running a little bit late, I will also keep my questions for later for the exchange session, and then we can get into discussions later on. I'm sure there will be contributions to that because it's such a fundamental topic that you've been talking about. But I think to get us moving on, I'll go to my next presenter, which is Olivier Crépin-Leblanc. It's a pleasure to have you here. You are a founder, a co-founder, and an investor of WAF Lifestyle app. You describe yourself as a connector, bringing people together to achieve great things. And what I find particularly impressive that you are dealing with all things internet already since 1988. So you've been around forever, so to speak, experienced it all. Therefore, we're very much looking forward to you talking today about how digital dynamic coalitions can contribute to the GDC objective of fostering a safe, secure, and inclusive digital space that upholds human rights. Olivier, over to you.
Thank you very much, Irina. And it feels like yesterday, 1988, the start of this whole craziness of internet and so many people coming online and so on. But anyway, I have about 4 minutes to talk to you about 5 dynamic coalitions. So I hope that you're holding on to your seats because this is going to be rather quick. Anyway, the first one is the Internet Rights and Principles Coalition. And that's been around for quite some time, actually. And it works to uphold human rights in the online environment and to root internet governance processes and systems in human rights standards. So it does work like raise awareness of fundamental human rights on the internet, establish global public policy principles for an open internet with stakeholder involvement, encourage stakeholders to address human and civil rights in policy making, applying human rights to the internet and ICTs, and assessing existing structures and guidelines. Protecting and enforcing human rights online, that's just a task by itself. Promoting people-centric, that's important, people-centric public interest in internet governance and defining the duties and responsibilities of internet users and stakeholders to preserve the public interest online. It has produced a Charter of Human Rights and Principles back in 2011 with 21 articles and 10 principles, and it's really recommended reading. You can find it online. Very, very good work. And its contribution to the SDGs have really all come from that charter. The next one is the Dynamic Coalition on Children's Rights in the Digital Environment. And they emphasize the importance of acknowledging children as a significant demographic in internet governance. At least 1/3 of internet users are under 18. I wasn't aware of that. It's quite amazing. And their rights must be protected as outlined in the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. With the advent of AI and virtual reality, policies must prioritize children's involvement in shaping these technologies. It's their network, I guess, in the future. We're nearly gone. Addressing potential risks and ensuring safety by design. The Global Digital Compact calls for strengthened legal frameworks and national child safety priorities by 2030. So they have quite a lot of work to prepare for this, and child rights impact assessments should guide legislative actions to ensure children's best interest are a primary consideration. In some way, going from the children, widening it to young people, the Youth Coalition on Internet Governance has really worked on that. And they're bringing young people, young professionals in internet governance, particularly at the annual IGF, and you will have seen quite a number of people from this coalition at this IGF. And it serves as a natural space for youth engagement on the issues that we've already spoken about, but a range of issues such as education, research, promotion, event organization, and the topics focusing on amplifying youth voices in digital governance, which we've heard also with the previous DC is probably not strong enough, empowering youth through digital literacy, closing the digital divide, because it's not only geographical, but there's also a digital divide with, as far as age is concerned, prioritizing youth safety online, a huge issue, as we are all aware of, leveraging technologies for social good, and holding platforms accountable, which I think is quite a task for them. And all of these efforts aim to foster a more inclusive and equitable digital landscape for young people. Moving on safety, there is an Internet Standard Security and Safety Coalition, the IS3C, very active as well, and their mission, aligning with Objective 3 of the Global Digital Compact, is to enhance online security through effective deployment of security standards and best practices. Good practice, I think some would call it. After extensive research and analysis, the coalition has developed policy recommendations, guidelines, and toolkits for global dissemination and identified best practices for capacity building in 3 key areas. Evolution of secure by design technologies is one of them. The second one is addressing cybersecurity skills gaps and educational curricula. Huge topic as well. And third, strengthening public sector procurement practice as a driver for security standards implementation. Security is a huge topic, as you know, on the internet. And the IS3C is considering a new work stream on consumer protection and digital trust for 2025. And to this end, consumer organizations are being consulted on a project proposal to assess whether the tech industry effectively addresses the security concerns of personal and business internet users in digital products and service design. And the proposal was actually introduced at this IGF on day 0. So if you've missed it, you probably have to watch the recording. Or I would recommend you watch the recording. And I'll finally finish with the last one, which is the DC that I chair, which is the Dynamic Coalition on Core Internet Values. And that promotes internet governance principles, engaging with diverse stakeholders. It ensures the internet, or tries to ensure the internet remains a global public resource through policy recommendations, collaborations, fora, all advocating for a free, secure, and resilient internet for all. Now, you might wonder, what are those core internet values? And I'll just list them because we can probably talk about those for another hour or so. But global, The internet is global, obviously, interoperable, open, decentralized, end-to-end, people from one end to the other, user-centric. I think we've mentioned it with another DC earlier on. It's really important. Robust and reliable. Yeah, the internet is pretty darn robust. And finally, secure, which is one that we had to add that originally wasn't really thought of because the internet, everyone knew each other. But these days, you have to make sure that it is secure. So together, the work of all of these dynamic coalitions fulfills the objective 3 of the GDC to the letter. And do you remember the objective? Okay, I'll remind you. Fostering a safe, secure, and inclusive space that upholds human rights. And that's what they all work on.
Yes, thank you for your applause. And thank you, Olivier. Very impressive work there as well. As we are still running a little late, I will not use my prerogative here to ask questions first, but save my questions for later on when we will get into a discussion. And with that, hand it over to Mark for our next guest.
Thank you, Irina. Yes, let's go straight on to Objective 4, advancing responsible, equitable, and interoperable data governance. And we have the pleasure of being joined to present the cluster of coalitions relating to this objective by Tatevik Grigorian. She is a program specialist on digital information with UNESCO and is a member of the Dynamic Coalition on Internet Universality Indicators. So we have, I think on the screen, yes, there are three coalitions in this cluster. So over to you, Tatevik, please. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mark, and thank you to the colleagues for presenting the objectives and the rich work that other dynamic coalitions are doing. Just to remind of this, the aim of this objective is shaping basically a fair and inclusive digital future. And this objective emphasizes the importance of responsible data management, advocating for practices that ensure that data is collected, stored, and used ethically with a strong focus on policy and privacy and security. I have 3 dynamic coalitions in this cluster, the first one of which each one of them contribute to this objective through different type of work and focus. As objective 4 advocates for robust governance frameworks that are transparent, accountable, and inclusive, involving multiple stakeholders such as governments, private sector entities, and civil societies. I'll mention the first dynamic coalition that is on digital economy, that focuses on the economic dimension of the Objective 4. Highlighting how equitable access to data and digital tools can reduce inequalities and enable sustainable growth. For example, through initiatives like the project CREATE, the coalition illustrates how responsible data use supports job creation and strengthens livelihoods, addressing the GDC's call for equitable data governance that advances inclusion and economic empowerment. So the next dynamic coalition that is contributing to this objective is the DC on data and artificial intelligence governance, which focuses on fostering critical discussions on data and AI governance, as the name implies. But it focuses on this from diverse perspectives, emphasizing inclusivity and equity, and ensuring that the voices of underrepresented populations, particularly from the Global South, are integrated into governance frameworks. The coalition promotes collective studies and multi-stakeholder engagement to evaluate evidence and propose policy updates that reflect the realities and aspirations of stakeholders globally. And finally, the Dynamic Coalition on Internet Universality Indicators that I chair contributes to not only to the Objective 4 actually, but to Objective 1 and to other aspects of the GDC through its Internet Universality Romex indicators, which is a comprehensive tool. By the way, we a few days ago at IGF we launched the revised and enhanced Internet Universality indicators, which help to address the emerging digital issues. This tool advocates for internet that is universal and based on principles of human rights, openness, accessibility, and governed by multi-stakeholder participation, and addresses cross-cutting issues such as gender equality, safety and security online, environmental aspect of the internet, and AI. Among others. So this is a framework which, as the Objective 4 underscores, the data-driven policymaking and equitable access to data that reflects diverse realities. In this context, the framework provides this opportunity to ensure and to support diverse stakeholders from government to civil society and private sector to contribute to data-driven policymaking, which is based on evidence. I'll perhaps stop here. Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much, Tativik. That's a very comprehensive overview of the data governance agenda, and congratulations on the updating and publication of the toolkit, the indicators toolkit, and the cross-cutting issues, and as you say, how it relates specifically to responsible data governance. It's very impressive. Maybe there'll be questions and comments about that from our participants here today. Irena, back to you for the final one, I think, yes?
Yes, thank you so much. Last but definitely not least, it's a pleasure to have Yao Amevi-Susu here. And, well, he's a research fellow for innovation and entrepreneurship. He's a real computer scientist, which I always find very impressive. I'm a lawyer myself, so I don't know nothing about all that in theory and practice. He has also a master in management and interaction design, something that I find particularly interesting, but he will not talk about that, unfortunately, today. But he'll concentrate on the contributions of dynamic coalitions to a topic that really everybody seems to be talking about at the moment, and this is enhancing global AI governance for humanity's benefit. Please, Yao, over to you.
Thank you, Irina, for these introductions. Yes, and I will try to be very short as possible because I think other colleagues also from the DC are in the room and they will contribute and expand more on what I will be explaining about these 4 DCs. So the dynamic coalition, we also, like the other previous speakers, we in charge of expanding on the work of 4 dynamic coalitions that have been contributing in the unique perspective and approach in addressing key issues with the internet governance space. So first on, I will, regarding the dynamic coalition in gender and in the IGF, we know today that the voice of women, there have been progress in the voices of women in this space, but still voices of women are still underrepresented. Gender minorities, social minorities, especially in the global south, are still being underrepresented. And the work of the DC on gender here is making sure that they change this perspective by waving the feminists and also the intersections of coalition, different perspective into discussion on privacy, AI access, and freedom of expression for these underrepresented and minority and women genders into contributing and meaningfully impacting discussion in this space. And their contribution highlight the work of the DC agenda, highlight the importance of bringing women in space, in the IGS space, in contributing meaningfully into the discussions. As I said, there are colleagues in the room who helped me expand more on the details of what the DC is doing. So I move now next to the DC on IoT's Internet of Things, is regarding the AI expansion in the transversal nature of the AI. The DC on IoT is working to make sure that the AI devices that are the IoT devices that are produced are we prioritize safety and security from the design and all the different life cycles of these IoT devices. And their work in general highlights the importance of responsible governance in shaping the future and the benefits of those devices that we are using so that we all benefit more efficiently for these devices. Next on, I will talk about the DC on digital health. They are doing very incredible work in the space as well. And to sum up the work on the DC, I would say that they work on intersections of AI and technology. And through their capacity building on AI and also on their active contribution to the Global Digital Summit and health industry, they making sure that there is the emphasis on the robust on the need for robust regulations in ensuring that AI in healthcare is ethical and transparent and impactful. And they're building capacity, as I mentioned, to help stakeholders in the space navigate the complexity of digital health innovations in that, and making sure that these innovations are responsible, and they are responsibly managed as well. Last but not the least is also the DC that I'm part of, the data-driven and health technology DC, where we're bringing a bottom-up approach in discussion shaping the internet, the IGF. And our focus here is to, in this bottom-up approach, we want to bring up the perspective of the individuals into discussion. Well, we believe that while giving the space to the public to voice their concern, we are shaping and improving health contribution in the space of health and technology. By bringing this upfront, we are in the DC health data-driven technology is actually contributing to the SDGs in healthcare and wellness. And all this, not expanding more on detailing because of the time that we have left, I will just summarize that you have already noticed that these different DCs are focusing on key different areas in the global internet governance space. But they work individually taken. When you analyze it, they are actually contributing to the global spectrum in tackling the issue of AI and AI governance in general, if I can say so. So I will give it the floor to you back, Irina. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And indeed, couldn't agree more. Thank you for your applause. Wonderful. And with that, I think we're at the end of, as you named it, the download session, which I think was incredibly rich and incredibly interesting. And I'm really so impressed of the diverse work that is ongoing. But I think with that, we are at the core of this session, that is interaction and discussion. And get ready, everybody here in the room and online. So we hope for your questions, comments, thoughts, ideas, whatever. It's open for everything. But while you get ready to prepare your contributions, I'll turn to Mark, whether you have anything to add at the moment, or whether we should hand it over to our participants here and online.
I think we should go straight to a discussion involving everybody here today and online. But just a word to say thanks very much to our colleagues for summarizing a vast amount of work in such an effective and comprehensive way. Many thanks indeed. So there are also representatives of dynamic coalitions in the room. So if anybody has a really specific question relating to a dynamic coalition that's not represented by any of our colleagues speakers here, there will be somebody in the room possibly who can pick it up, or at least we can take it away. And if you want to put a question now in the room, it's a matter of going up to the podium over there with the microphone, I understand, is the arrangement. I think Jutta is following what's happening online, is that right? And Zhao, sorry, Zhao, yes, who's on screen, yes, okay, Zhao, yes, thank you. Okay, so you've heard a lot. There is a core majority of dynamic coalitions ready to engage with the GDC process and also, potentially with the WSIS Plus 20 review. We haven't touched on that. Our focus really is on the GDC and sustainable development. So what do you think? Are you assured that dynamic coalitions do have an important role to play within the IGF ecosystem and contributing to not only advancing the IGF's role in the follow-up to the compact, but also the wider diversity of specific issues covered by all these 5 objectives? So anybody who wants to take first question? I see somebody coming up to the podium. Please introduce yourself briefly and then put your question or comment, suggestion, or whatever it is. Okay, thank you.
Good morning, this is Maarten Botterman. I'm also representing the Dynamic Coalition on the Internet of Things. What strikes me is that by outset, this Dynamic Coalition approach is one of pulling stakeholders together to discuss issues throughout the year and coming up particularly on the IGF to demonstrate what they think should be the way forward together, taking into account what happened today and what needs to be in the future. So from that perspective, I think as dynamic coalitions, we could contribute the best by formulating our view on our focus perspective for the specific dynamic coalition on how global good practice looks like, taking into account where we are, what our values are, and how we go forward. So I look forward to hear how others feel about this concept, as maybe even promoting this to one of the default products, outcomes of dynamic coalitions each year.
Thank you, Martin. Who wants to react or comment or add to that? Very valuable intervention. Thank you very much, Martin. I see, I think it's Wout de Natris walking up to the mic. And then I'll check with Jutta if there's somebody online. Okay, after Wout, and then to you, Jutta. Thank you, yes.
Jutta was first. I think Jutta was first, so I will hand her the mic first, Jutta.
Jutta's hidden behind the podium here.
So,
which is bridging the digital divide, because I do think it's very important to refer to that. It's a main objective of the GDC, and it's been the objective of many of the dynamic coalitions for many years now. And there are also is the dynamic coalition on blockchain assurance and standardization that is working on that issue, the dynamic coalition on the interplanetary internet that we've learned a lot about during these days, how important it is. I remember the Minister for Communication from Saudi Arabia reminding us in his opening speech there will be more digital divides that we have been considering before when it comes to artificial intelligence and to superintelligence, as he named it. So the work of the dynamic coalitions that are trying to close the digital divide, like the coalition on community connectivity, for example, and also the dynamic coalition that is measuring digital inclusion, they all contribute to achieving this main objective of digital inclusion. And I think this will become more important even in the days to come, and that's my comment to that debate. Thank you, and over to you, Wout.
Yes, thank you, Jutta. My name is Wout Natris, and I'm the coordinator of IS3C, Internet Standard Security and Safety Coalition. In the past day, I was present at 2 sessions around the GDC, and the people from New York, from the Tech Envoy's office, that we were moderating. And I asked them literally, what should we as dynamic coalitions do and what is expected from us? Because we're mostly volunteers working on specific topics, but we've proven that we can come up with content, just like we've heard from our panelists. And after the session, one of the gentlemen walked up to me and said, your interventions are so tremendously important, and I'd made one before in a digital town hall, because you are the only one who's speaking of content, of wanting to change things and to help with the implementation. Everybody else is talking about process. So in other words, we have a gigantic opportunity as dynamic coalitions to be proactive. We can set the agenda perhaps a little bit, and if we wait, someone else will set the agenda for us. My suggestion would be that as dynamic coalitions, we make an inventory in the coming weeks what our expectations are to deliver in Oslo in June 2025. If we have that, we can communicate that to the people in New York on the Global Digital Compact, saying this is what we are going to contribute. And if we do that, we set the agenda and we set the topics, at least in part. So I would suggest that we do that in the coming weeks, then discuss in January how we're going to approach it and communicate it, and from there do our work and make sure that we have output in June. And I promise you, as IS3C, we will have on post-quantum cryptography, for example. What's the state in the world at this moment? We're going to research that in the coming 6 months and report on it. So thank you for that, but I think that it's an opportunity for all DCs to promote themselves better, and by default, the IGF itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Wout. That's a very practical proposal there to look ahead to the next IGF in Lillestrøm in Norway and work towards that through building on the discussion today and taking into account all the relevant work we've been describing here that's undertaken by the dynamic coalitions. So shall I turn to Zhao now to provide relay any comments online related to our discussion? Zhao, yeah, over to you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I hope you can hear me well, and greetings from Portugal. And we already have a couple of questions here in the chat, but I'll start with one that from Siva Subramanian. I hope I pronounced it correctly. And it's directed to Tatevik, but I guess that's all speakers can intervene on this question, which was a specific question on the data-driven governance model that was mentioned, specifically in the context of AI. I believe the audience wanted to hear a bit more about it and about the project that was presented by Tatevik. So if you can provide more insights, I guess that the audience would be happy to hear more about this contribution to the GDC from this particular dynamic coalition.
Tatevik, did you want to pick that up, or did you want to go back to the question?
Yeah, there was a bit of an echo around here, so it's a bit hard to...
you couldn't quite hear. Zhao, could you just repeat it?
Sure. So the question is quite broad, so I'm sure that others can also pick it up, but I'll read it as it is. So what is the data-driven governance that the speaker talked about, specifically in the context of AI?
Okay. Tadevik, can you pick that with the relation to AI? I think is the key element, yeah?
If anybody from the other dynamic coalitions would like to intervene, I could talk about the Internet Universality Indicators and how it supports this. I work on the Internet Universality Indicators. So the way it supports the data-driven, it supports data-driven policy making. Rather, it does have indicators on AI currently, but is not focused only on AI. It has a focus on the right to privacy, for example, and data governance as well as part of one of its themes. But the approach here for IUI ROMEX indicators is to collect the data and help the governments formulate policy recommendations, including policy recommendations on AI, where there are gaps and where there are opportunities in the national context, and inform the policies through the national data that is covered, that is collected and processed. So this is the approach for the IUI ROMEX indicator, which is also a multi-stakeholder approach. Throughout its process, it gathers and establishes a multi-stakeholder advisory board composed of governments, civil society organizations, private sector, academia, and diverse stakeholders to also ensure that the data we collect is supported and at a later stage validated by the representatives of the stakeholder groups to ensure to the extent possible the accuracy and relevance. This is how the framework and hence our dynamic coalition supports it. If other dynamic coalitions.
Thank you, Tadevik. That's very helpful. Shall we just go quickly back to Zhao for a second point online, then we'll go back to the audio participants here in the room. Oh, sorry, Olivier, you wanted to comment. Yep.
Yes,
sorry.
Mark, thank you. Yeah, it's Olivier speaking. Just to jump in, I think this question was specifically regarding the Dynamic Coalition on Data and Artificial Intelligence governance. Luca Belli is the chair of that coalition, and he is present at the IGF. So if anybody is interested in those issues, I would suggest you go and find him and ask him the question. They have implemented, actually they have elaborated and published a report in 2024, I can see here, with 44 authors and 25 analysis of this specific topic. That's plenty of reading.
Okay, Zhao, do we have a second point online? Bearing in mind the time we've got? Can't hear you.
Sure, I'm happy to read one. Directed at the whole panel. So it's from Luis Martinez asking, what is the view of the panel regarding how GDC is going to benefit the work of the dynamic coalitions?
How is the GDC going to benefit the work of the coalitions? Who'd like to take that on? Yeah. I mean, it'll certainly enhance the profile of dynamic coalitions in the IGF ecosystem and the model that the coalitions provide for year-round activity of the IGF. Olivier, do you want to come in?
Yeah, thank you, Mark. I was going to say something along the lines, ask not what the GDC can do for you, ask what you can do for the GDC. And in effect, I think that's what the coalitions are working on.
Very succinct, great. Okay. Right, anybody in the room want to raise a new angle here? Yep, do you want to go head over to the mic? That one over there, maybe it'll work, yes, thank you. And say who you are briefly, thank you.
I'm Dr. Rajendra Pratap Gupta and I lead 3 dynamic coalitions, digital economy, digital health and environment. And I congratulate all my co-chairs and co-leads for dynamic coalitions for the wonderful work they do. I want to again emphasize there are three things that we have to look at the world when it comes to internet technologies. We should look for creating jobs, livelihood for all, and internet for all. I think we are still 2.6 billion people not connected to the internet. As dynamic coalitions, we have to decide. I think we have indicators. So we should look at first indicators, how much did we impact in terms of livelihood creation, how much did we go to connect the unconnected. And I think there's a very important question that was raised on data and AI. So I think data has two big issues, integrity of data and integration of data. And we should not prioritize intelligence over it. So I think data integrity, integration should come before artificial intelligence. And last but not least, a very positive change. This time, I don't see big tech in this. Something that I've always emphasized as IGF, we are the most impactful forum for internet technologies. We should aim for large number of small companies rather than small number of large companies to create the jobs we want and to shape the internet we want, which is democratic. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We're getting close to the end. Time
we
ticking
can have
away.
one more, and then we, I think, slowly start wrapping up. Oh, okay, we take two.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'm Reyansh Gupta. I'm leading the Dynamic Coalition on Gaming for Purpose. So I just want to add something to the discussions that we're having. You know, dynamic coalitions are doing great work across sectors, but gaming acts as a universal language. And I think, you know, gaming can be integrated everywhere, and I feel like there are multiple sectors and multiple areas where gamification and gaming can just contribute to how we're contributing to the social good itself, and I think that's just what I wanted to add to it. Thank you.
Thanks very much. One more, yes.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you for your efforts for this great platform of IGF. I have made this intervention in previous sessions, and I would like to emphasize the importance of taking intellectual property rights into consideration in the digital environment. And I am pleased to, in behalf of my organization, Creators Union of Arab, to take this part on the coalitions. And we take this opportunity in IGF this year to announce about launching a platform for protecting intellectual property in the digital area. It's called Intellectual Property Verification. So it's our pleasure to contribute with you this part of intellectual property rights. Thank you.
Thanks very much, and best of luck with the launch of that platform. That's great news, I'm sure. Great contribution, potentially. Okay, we better wrap up. So I think I'm going to look to Jutta and maybe Marcus, is in the room. Do you want to say anything? No? Shaking hands? Okay. All right, Marcus is our coordinator of the coalitions in the coordination group. Anyway, Jutta, do you want to help us wrap up today? Thank you.
Does it work? Okay. I try to take notes of all this important content and comments that we've heard. And let me first say that I really like what Olivier said about the GDC. I do think bringing the GDC to life is what we have to do now. And we've learned today that dynamic coalitions, the 31 dynamic coalitions, are already working to implement the GDC and the 5 main objectives. Let me just refer to some of the very important things we've heard. We were talking about a shared ethos of responsibility, and I do think this is like a red thread that is going through the work of the dynamic coalitions, taking responsibility for marginalized groups, for disadvantaged groups, and also for those their voices have not been heard so far enough. We have been talking about overcoming barriers, and that is also done within the collaboration of dynamic coalitions. We've heard that the internet is the young people's network, and that the GDC asks for child rights assessments in all the work that we are doing, because children are the inhabitants of the internet world, of the digital environment, and therefore it is very important to follow up with that within the work of the dynamic coalitions. We also have heard about the data and the importance of data and what the Internet universality indicators are delivering is much of the basic of the work that the dynamic coalitions do. It gives us orientation where we should go for. We've heard a lot about safety and security and about the standards we need for safety and security to make our work effective. Eventually, we've also heard about the importance of data-driven health technology, and to be honest, I can tell you, look to Saudi Arabian medical services. I have had the opportunity to take that chance, and it's very data-driven what they are doing there. So I would also like to refer the dynamic coalition on data-driven health technologies and on digital health to look at your Saudi Arabian colleagues, and I take this opportunity to thank them. Eventually, I would like to refer to what is a dynamic coalition. The concept of dynamic coalition started with the very beginning, 19 years ago, with the first Internet Governance Forum. So we have many dynamic coalitions that are dating back to 2007, 2006, starting their work then. And it's an open concept, so it's bottom up. Everybody who wants to join the work of dynamic coalitions, just go to the IGF website. You will find there the terms and conditions. All the groups are open, the mailing lists are open. You can go there and you can join us in our work to implement the Global Digital Compact. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jutta. This is indeed also my personal takeaway, that we need more work and more impact of the dynamic coalitions, being it the implementation of the GDC or the future work of the IGF. So this has been incredibly inspiring today. So I have lots of ideas to bring back home and to think more about and to discuss more in detail. So thank you, everybody. And with that, over to you, Mark.
Okay, well, what can I add to that? I think it's been a great session. I hope people who perhaps aren't aware of dynamic coalitions have learned a lot today about the scope and range of activities and their direct relevance to the objectives of the compact and to the sustainable development agenda, the goals, the SDGs, and as I said earlier when I touched on the WSIS Plus 20 review. And I have a shout out there for the Dynamic Coalition on Environment. We heard in one of the sessions today that the environmental issues will be a major element, a major component of the WSIS Plus 20 review, and we have a dynamic coalition comprising experts in that very field. So that's the core message, I think, today. If you go to the IGF website, you will see the list of dynamic coalitions. You just go to the menu and then scroll down, and then you can hit on every coalition, maybe the ones you're particularly interested in, and you can find out a whole lot more about them, what their missions are, their action plans, what they are delivering in terms of tangible outcomes, and how they are engaging in wider processes such as those of the UN that are now providing the context for all our work over the year ahead. So let's all work together on that to ensure that dynamic coalitions fulfill that potential. Okay, I better stop there because we are over time, I guess, and I won't ramble on anymore. So I'll conclude there with thanks to everybody who contributed, all the planners of the session, the technical support team here in Riyadh, the hosts who have done such a fantastic job here hosting the IGF and providing this incredible facility here for our main session this morning. And thanks to our panelists for all their diligence and work at the hard-pressed time to capture key elements of all the dynamic coalitions that have stepped forward in the context of the GDC. So many thanks again to all of you. Okay, I'll stop there. Thank you.
The internet is a story about community.
To those who imagined, invented, and shaped the circle that brought the far close and made the difficult simple, thank you. Johannes Gutenberg, for preserving the essence of words and ideas. Thomas Edison, for lighting our path and every path beyond. Alexander Graham Bell, for giving voice and endless reach. To the visionaries who left indelible marks on even the smallest details of our lives, who simplified the complex and erased boundaries in communication, we owe you an immense gratitude. Thank you to those who shifted the compass of our needs and revolutionized our world. Thank you, pioneers of the internet and technology. Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, Larry Page, Sergey Brin, Raja Perlman, Jimmy Wales, your contributions reshaped humanity. To everyone who has made life better, who has opened doors to knowledge and made connections seamless, thank you. The list stretches on, and it's far from complete. There will always be more innovators to honor, more creators to thank. For a future filled with possibilities, thank you. Your legacy shapes our future. Innovating together, shaping tomorrow.
Good afternoon. Welcome to this open session, the main session on internet governance and elections. We want to look at maximizing potential for trust and addressing risks. My name is Pierce O'Donoghue. I'm a director in the European Commission, and it is my honor to moderate this session with a very distinguished panel of speakers, some of whom are online. I will introduce in a moment. Just to understand what we want to get here today, over the course of this year, we have experienced the largest number of elections in recent history. It was a mega cycle of elections across all regions of the world. And among those elections, we have seen in a number of places that countries have experienced cases of tech harms, technical interference or use of technology to influence or interfere with elections. So just as the internet plays a crucial role in bringing information to citizens, but also in some cases now supporting citizens during elections, it has unfortunately sometimes become a tool to hinder that democratic process. So this is an issue which we must address. Already on Sunday morning, in day 0 of this Internet Governance Forum here in Saudi Arabia, we had a session on misinformation. But now we want to focus specifically on the issues around elections and maximizing potential for increasing trust and addressing any risks that exist. So this session will therefore have a discussion on the role of stakeholders in actually protecting information and election integrity. And what are the rights, what are the possibilities for action? And we really want to see how can we leverage the internet to support informed citizen participation while mitigating the risks to electoral integrity. So for that, I would like to introduce our great panel of speakers, whom we have, and I would like to start by saying hello to Ms. Sezen Yezil, who is Director of Public Policy at Meta, Ms. Lina Vitrakainen, who is the Ambassador at Large for Digital Affairs from the Government of Lithuania, Mr. William Bird, who is from Media Monitoring Africa, and Mr. Tawfik Jelassi from UNESCO. You're welcome, Tawfik. And then we have online Ms. Rosemary Sinclair, who's the outgoing Chief Executive of AUDA, and Ms. Liz Orembo from RIA. You are both welcome online, and it's great to see you. We can see you on stage here. So I will move to the seat. I beg your pardon. I am so sorry, Your Excellency. This is the problem of not having paper in front of me. I'm still not adapted. So we have our representative from Zimbabwe, a member of the Parliament of Zimbabwe, the Honourable Daniel Molokeli. I do apologize for excluding you from my list. And thank you all for being here. So the way we're going to proceed with this panel is that I'm going to allow each of the panel members to make a brief opening statement in relation to a question which I will now ask. They'll have 3 minutes to respond. And in the good tradition of the IGF, we will then immediately allow for input from you, the audience, both here and online, to those questions. Before then, I go back to the moderators with some more detailed questions for which we have chosen specific subjects. That's how we'd like to proceed. So as I say, get ready. We would really like to encourage your participation so that the output of this session will actually be something which we can have some well-informed, actionable measures which can be taken. And I will say in the context of the IGF, where we know that there's so much that the multi-stakeholder platform that this represents can do in such an important issue. So, to get us going, I'm going to ask the following question to all of our panel members. With more than 65 countries going to the polls in 2024, this was marked by the biggest number of elections at the same time in history. So some have called this the year of democracy. But looking now in retrospect at the end of the year, how do you think it has gone? How has the year gone by? What worked and what didn't work? So perhaps I can turn to you, please, first of all.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Thanks a lot for hosting Meta on this panel. Internally at Meta, we call it Year of Election 2, so we knew it was coming and we prepared well. Before each election, we make a risk assessment specific to that election, and this assessment informs our election integrity work at Meta. In 2024, we ran a number of election operations center to monitor continuously the issues on our platforms and to take actions as needed swiftly. I can share a few observations from this year's elections. So, first of all, in our actions, we try to strike a balance between protecting voice and keeping people safe. And I must admit that it is one of the hardest jobs in the world. And we have many policies or rules on what is allowed and what is not allowed on Meta platforms. And we remove content which is violating our rules or policies. Throughout this year, we decided to update some of our policies. For example, we updated our penalty system per feedback of the oversight board to treat people more fairly and to give them more free expression. And secondly, we updated our policy on violence. People, of course, have every right to speculate on election-related corruption. But when such content is also combined with a signal of violence, we removed it. And I can say that those updates worked very well during the elections in this year. Second observation is about prevention of foreign interference. In this year only, we removed about 20 CIB network, coordinated in authentic behavior network. Those networks consist of hundreds of Facebook and Instagram accounts and pages, and they work to mislead people. They work to spread disinformation, unfortunately. We observed that some of those networks we disrupted moved to other platforms with fewer safeguards than ours. The last observation is about the impact of artificial AI. So in the beginning of this year, many people were very concerned about the potential negative impact of Gen AI generated content on elections, such as deepfakes or AI-generated disinformation campaigns. However, to address these risks, we took a lot of technical measures. Plus, we signed an AI election accord with other major tech companies to cooperate to combat threats coming from the use of AI on elections. And we observed that the risks did not materialize in a significant way, and such impact was modest and very limited in scope. For example, only less than 1% of the fact-checked misinformation was AI-generated.
Time now.
Thank you. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Cezanne, but you're the first to suffer from the fact that we will hopefully have a good discussion, so I'll keep the speaking time short. Now I'll go to the other end of our list of speakers here, just Tawfik Jelassi, Director from UNESCO. We'd be very happy to hear your views on that question as to really what do you think, how did the year go, and what worked and what didn't work.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So you reminded us that this is the super election year with 75 elections being held. That is involving half of the population of the world. And obviously, this is a major test for democratic systems around the globe. What has worked well, to answer your question, I think there were some global efforts to protect election integrity from a process point of view. However, the second maybe thing that worked well is the involvement of the youth and first-time voters in elections around the world, especially in countries where half of the population, sometimes even 60% of the population is under the age of 25. I think we saw this major engagement. That's good. what has not worked well is the exponential spread of disinformation and hate speech, derailing the integrity of electoral processes, and maybe casting some doubt about or trust in election outcomes and democratic institutions. Second thing that did not work well, which is a major challenge, is the safety of journalists covering elections. Many attacks happened against them. And we know about the extremely high impunity rate for violence or crimes committed against journalists. The third thing that did not work well is still a huge digital inequality that exists, especially marginalized groups, including women and persons with disabilities, who faced major barriers to participate in democratic processes. Finally, what can we do about this, and what's the way or the path forward? I think we need some stronger regulatory frameworks to address harmful online content while protecting freedom of speech. So when I say regulation, I'm not referring to censorship. That's what I'm saying, while safeguarding free speech online. Second, we need maybe to expand media and information literacy in the digital age, especially among the youngsters and citizens. And finally, I would say that UNESCO is contributing to this global effort on media and information literacy in the digital age, but also through the published UNESCO guidelines for the governance of digital platforms, which happened a year ago.
Thank you very much. And some of those subjects that you've raised, we will come back to in our detailed questions, but it's a very clear view as to the main points that we must address, including, of course, intimidation and violence against journalists and the digital gaps, which have themselves an impact on the derailment of these elections. So thank you. If I could now ask the same question to the first of our online participants, our online panelists. So Ms. Liz Orenbo, who's a researcher at the International Stakeholder Relations of ICT Africa. I'd like to hear your views on that same question about how things went and what worked and what didn't work. Please, Liz.
Thank you for the floor, and thank you for inviting me to this very important discussion. In my reflection, I would say that there are things that went well, there are things that didn't go well, just as others have said. Sorry, I'm in a farm. You might hear some chicken sound behind me. So one thing that did go well is that stakeholders, even locally, even in Africa, because I work in the context of Africa, they knew that this was coming, and with the rapid changes of technologies, they were aware that they needed to come together and tackle some of these risks. So some of those risks were tackled, but also there are challenges of the free flow of information itself. And with that, I also talk about data. That remained a problem. And when free flow of information is not there, with challenges of policy, with challenges of infrastructure, with challenges also of media, then people don't access information the same way. And it breeds a very fertile ground for misinformation and inequality. There's also not that culture of data sharing, and especially in the context of election. And this brings that unevenness of access to information itself and also misinformation. So that problem continued. It also meant that trust for election management bodies also kind of went down, because people are yearning for information, truthful information, and at the same time they're getting mixed information. But also at the same time, media is not equipped. It's also a struggling industry to get important information to people. So that also breeds another fertile ground for misinformation. So data and information flow was, I would say, was a major problem to me. But also, as much as the stakeholders came together to tackle misinformation, also there was a bit of challenge in tackling in bringing all stakeholders to come to place, because with data becoming more available, we also need more capacity to crunch data and to get it to people. And those capacities were different as well, and sometimes challenging. So there was data, sometimes in data availability, but challenges in making use of that data. Another one, persistent challenge is, and especially us in the global south, reaching the tech companies. And with that, we also experience regulatory challenges when it comes to crisis during election that can sometimes lead to internet shutdown. I will stop there for fear of being time limited.
Well, thank you, and a very interesting perspective, including that last point, but not least that last point with regard to the particular issues of the Global South. Hopefully we can come back to some of those questions as well. But now, if I could turn to the next of our speakers here, William Bird from Media Monitoring Africa. Please, William.
Thank you. It's been a big year, but I want to just ask if people genuinely feel better about democracy, having had 65, 70, 75 elections. Because the sense that I get from speaking to people is that despite it should be a year of celebrating democracy, we don't feel good about democracy. And I think that speaks to some fundamental changes. The first is the rise of fascism. And this is a very real problem for us in terms of the fact that I think it's deepening polarization. It's framing people that believe and support human rights as left-wing extremists just because you are talking about fundamental equality and dignity for all. And there's something that's happened, I think, that we also need to accept as a point of departure about power structures. We're no longer in a place where you can have power determined and messaging and narratives framed by one or a few central entities. There's now this wonderful possibility that almost anyone can have a view. And in as much as that's a good thing, we mustn't throw the baby out with the bathwater, as the expression goes, right? Because we do need to make sure that there's certain things that are common that we can at least agree on. So I think in terms of things that worked well, I was thinking about it last night and I came up with MECA, which stands for media, which seems appropriate, media, electoral management bodies, civil society, collaboration, and adaptability. Some colleagues have touched on that sense of adaptability of organizations, of entities adapting to the emerging challenges. I think for media, we saw them facing huge problems across the continent, particularly in Southern Africa, but we also developed some mechanisms to start to assess how they perform and how they contribute. Electoral management bodies in countries where there were big shifts, like in South Africa and in Botswana, for example, of political power, we saw that where you've got a stronger, more credible electoral management body, they're able to still contribute and function despite being subjected to significant attacks. Civil society, I think, worked really well, certainly in our experience in South Africa. They came up with research projects, they worked with universities. There was a reporting mechanism, Real 4-in-1, that's public complaints platform, and they worked together, which is the next point, collaboration. Can I finish collaboration? Which is that we worked with the social media platforms, Google, Meta, and TikTok, and the electoral management body, and that did something really positive.
Okay, thank you, William, for a new acronym, which, but at least a way of analyzing the different issues. We will come back to that also. And now I'm certainly not going to forget him this time. Our next speaker is the Honourable Daniel Molokele, who is a Member of Parliament from Zimbabwe. Please.
Thank you so much. I will speak more from the African point of view. It was also a very huge election year for Africa 2024. I would say as we end the year as a continent, we are generally happy with the election processes across Africa. We had largely peaceful and successful elections in countries such as South Africa, Madagascar, Botswana, and very recently in Ghana. And we managed also to benefit from innovation around media and technologies, especially harnessing the youth population into elections. Generally, young people in Africa are very averse to elections. There's apathy, but I think this year we saw a higher participation of young people as voters. We still need to see more young people as candidates or as elected representatives. We also saw the use of social media in a much more progressive way to mobilize people to voter registration and, more importantly, to turn out as voters, including media platforms such as TikTok, WhatsApp, Facebook, and X. So Africa is harnessing the media technologies to also improve access to elections by average citizens. We also end the year on a very difficult note in countries such as Mozambique, where there is no peace at the moment. The post-electoral violence continues to escalate with no solution in sight. Last time I checked, over 100 civilians have died, mostly at the hands of security officials like police and army in Mozambique. The election remains disputed, and we need a solution to that. And interesting enough, there's been a huge use of media technology or innovative approaches to use of media. The opposition leader is actually not in Mozambique at the moment, but he's able to provide leadership every day in Mozambique, and people are using access to media technologies to respond. And it can be a bad thing, it can also be a good thing, but that's the situation at the moment in Mozambique. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So between what Daniel Molokeli has said and William before him, we are faced with a number of issues where we need to consider the role of the internet and online data and communications on issues such as, William mentioned, the rise of extremists as a result of the elections, or in the case of Daniel, the actual fact of violence as part of the elections, leading even terribly to the death of citizens and individuals. And to what extent is whatever about misinformation, to what extent is digital or online information or platforms contributing to those serious issues. So the next speaker is here with us. So it's Ms. Lina Vitrakainen from the Lithuanian government, please.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody. And indeed, I would like to say that Lithuanians significantly contributed to this year of democracy by having participating in 3 elections this year. We had presidential elections, we had elections to the European Parliament, and we also had the national parliamentary elections. So, from the government perspective, it was a challenge, and a lot of governmental institutions, well, including Lithuania's Central Electoral Commission and a number of other institutions, indeed worked hard and consolidated all their efforts in order to make these elections going smoothly and make them reliable. Particularly, attention was paid to ensure that only legal sources of fundings are used for electoral campaigns. Transparency is maintained with regard to real expenditure of political parties and individuals for the media. Effective communications channels with media are maintained. Appropriate channels to detect disinformation and a comprehensive system to mitigate risks is established, to mention just a few. Some of these requirements and other important requirements are covered by Lithuanian and European legal acts, like the election code, the criminal code, the political party law, the law on provision of information to the public, to mention some of them. And thus, solid legal environment is the first thing I would like to mention in the list of what worked. Another action which I prefer to include in the same list is established collaboration of responsible state institutions with media, including with social platforms, which no doubt enlarged public space and reinvigorated public debate during the election campaign. But on the other hand, all around the world, we faced the unprecedented scales of lies and disinformation, deep fake statements of top politicians, appearing especially on social platforms. And this increased the threats of influencing the choices of people, seeding distrust in society and eroding trust in democratic institutions. You may know that in the EU, the Romanian and Bulgarian elections experienced significant interference by foreign actors via social media platforms, especially TikTok and Telegram. Thus, this shows us that we need to work further on continuous collaboration of platforms with state institutions. And, well, regulatory frameworks perhaps should be improved. As a model, I would like to refer to the EU's Digital Services Act, which could really encourage the thinking. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lina. And if I could just add, working in the European Union for the European Commission also, we had put in place a number of measures for monitoring the health of the European Parliament elections. We're still doing that assessment, but it is clear that some problems were avoided. But you did mention, including a number of other problems, for the first time, the appearance of deep fakes, which can be very influential and turn people against an individual or a tendency or a party, and be very damaging even if they are very quickly identified as being fake, because sometimes the initial damage is done. Thank you. So now our last speaker who is in line, and thank you very much for your patience, is Ms. Rosemary Sinclair, who is the Chief Executive Officer of the Australian DA. Rosemary, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Piers, and many thanks for the opportunity to bring a technical community perspective to the panel. And I'd like to start with just a technical reminder, really, about the internet. It is, of course, a network of networks, 70,000 in total. It operates on open standards and common protocols to enable global interoperability. It's made useful by the unique identifiers, the names and numbers, which are coordinated by ICANN, which in itself is an independent technical community that uses a multi-stakeholder approach. So I'm part of that technical community, and I'm responsible for AUDA, which is the small company that administers .au, the country code for Australia. We focus on technical operations and performance and our domain name licensing rules. And we're very strong supporters of the multi-stakeholder model of internet governance. When I think about 2024 and what worked and what didn't work in that year of so many elections, the first point I want to make is that technically the internet worked. In Australia, we delivered 100% availability to users during the year. Every time a user wanted to access the domain name system, they could. Why was that important? It's because the internet worked to share information, to provide communication and commerce, of course, to grow economies and standards of living. But there are a number of harms, and many of those have been mentioned just now. Misinformation and disinformation and fraud and others. And they are key challenges, particularly in such an election year. So the harms, of course, need policy work, and that's what we're here to talk about. And the tensions, as we see it, are between open information, secure identity and privacy for individuals. And the question really is how to balance those things. So practically speaking, during elections, we sometimes see at AUDA increased requests from people to take down the websites of their political opponents. And those requests are often made with claims of misinformation or disinformation. Those claims must be assessed by others who are authorised by law and skilled to make those judgments. Our response can only be based on our .au licensing rules and not on the political nature of the content or the requester. We've not yet seen the impact of AI on elections in Australia, but we're expecting to have a national election next year, and we think that AI will be something that we need to watch during that process. So the policy work that we all have to contribute to is really a work in progress. And we see the Internet Governance Forum as the place for those discussions to take place across all the different perspectives, including our own technical perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosemary, and indeed thank you for giving us the views of the technical community, and in particular referring to ICANN, but also the importance of the DNS in relation to the issues that we're talking about. And again, of course, the need for independent verification and moderation with regard to any attempt to take down websites. It's a two-edged sword, so thank you. So now, thank you to all of the panelists for that first round. And as I said, we are now going to see if anybody from the audience here in the conference room, or for that matter online, would wish to make any inputs. I will ask that they are short. And to do so in time-honored fashion, if that is the case, you need to come up to the front and use one of the microphones. So if anyone wants to do so, could you please identify yourself and the organization you represent, and please keep your input very short, 2 minutes as a very maximum. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Giacomo Mazzone. I am member of EDMO, the European Digital Media Observatory that you know very well. I'm here reporting what we discussed in the workshop in day 0 that was organized by EDMO about the task force that worked on the integrity of the European election last year, compared with what happened in the US election and the South Africa election. The contribution that we can give you is that the assessment of what happened during the European election was very good, because there was a successful example of cooperation with the platforms. And made in a multi-stakeholder way, in the sense that in a unique place, that is EDMO, you have academia, you have fact-checkers, you have institutions working together. Through the code of practice that the European Commission signed with a certain number of platforms, this information were bring to the attention of the platform, and the platform immediately react and behave. So we have been successfully in removing things without having enforcement, but made on goodwill and cooperation. Unfortunately, what was reported by US friends was not exactly the same. They said that the level of cooperation in the US was not the same, and also that they lived very worrying experiences, is important for our UNESCO people here, of pressure and intimidation on fact-checkers, trying to silence them and having not them in the public discourse. And in South Africa...
Sorry, I'm going to have to ask you just to wrap up, please.
Yes, the last point, to be complete, is about South Africa experience. They reported that any intervention by legislation is seen as censorship. So it shows that it's different. You need to find different way to act in different cultural contexts according to the different situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for those insights, and indeed as well the very useful workshop that took place on Sunday. We have another speaker, please. Again, your name and organization. Thank you.
Hello, Alexander Isavnin, Free Moscow University from Russia. I would like to point out that among with misinformation and data spread, internet already may be used by some governments for votings. Like in Russia, this year there was 2 sets of elections, one of which was actually presidential election of Mr. Putin, and systems implementing internet voting was used in these elections. And without possibility to multi-stakeholder discussions on implementation of this system, without possibility to check trust, this system actually undermines any results of elections as all. Unfortunately, implementation of these systems and results of elections are not very well observed or seen by global community, but it brings another dimension to the undermining trust and improving risk of fair elections. Thank you very much.
Thank you indeed. I'm just looking to see, do we have any online inputs? Anybody who'd like to take the floor or make a... And this is the way of giving the spotlight to Bruna, who has done all the organization for this session.
Thanks,
Bruna.
Chris. I would just echo a comment from Mocha Betty. So just reading it out loud. Hi everyone, I'm Mocha Betty from Iranian academic communities. Some cross-border digital platforms refuse to cooperate with the competent authorities of independent countries in the field of immediately dealing with disinformation that meaningfully affects the election results and harms public trust during the elections due to reasons and excuses, including political reasons and sanctions. They even refuse to establish legal representation. My question to the panelists, what can be the legal and political solutions to solve this challenge and the double standards of digital platforms? Should maintaining the health and safety of online elections in different countries have a different degree of importance? That's the one we have here. Thanks.
Thank you, Bruna. And I will ask the panelists if there's anything from what we've heard so far, particularly that last question, if you want to incorporate that in responses when we come back to you for discussion. Now we have a final participant from the floor, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Maha Abdel Nasser. I'm from the Egyptian parliament. Actually, the problem is it's not just during elections, but it gets worse during elections. We find those, what they call it, the electronic flies or so, they attack anything we put with they put a lot of disinformation, and they try to get us down by all means, even those people who were, I don't know, by the regime or by opponents or by anything. And even when we report, it takes a very long time to take any action if the action is taken. So my question is, if there is a possibility to have a platform or anything between all those people to report such attacks or such harassments, especially for politicians, women politicians, of course, so the action can be taken in a rapid way and we can get rid of these things or not? Thank you.
Thank you. And again, I hope that question can be addressed. I will allow myself just to very briefly give a partial answer, but it is not the full answer, but that in the European Union, particularly now with the introduction of the Digital Services Act, we do have a requirement for individual very large operators of platforms to have the facility for the reporting of such activities, but also centralized databases monitoring these issues. And by the way, verbal and online violence against women, and particularly female politicians, is something that we are particularly concerned about, as it is insidious and has long-term effects, as well, of course, as the effects on the individual. So these are issues which we must address, and in the case of the European Union, we do see this as a necessity, the ability to report such incidents and hopefully to see quick action. But I'm sure that there are other experiences from around the world, and we're always willing to learn. So for that, thank you for your participation. We will have another slightly longer section at the end, and I hope that we have more participation here in the room and online. But we're going to move on now to the second set of questions, and here we've broken them down between our expert panelists. And I'm going to start with William Bird and Liz Orembo. And you've got the hardest job, because I'm going to ask both of you 2 questions and give you 5 minutes each to answer both of them. So we've put them on screen, and I hope that you can see them. But certainly, what evidence has come to light of information integrity being weakened through human rights or tech harms? How should the weakening of election integrity through these and other risks be identified? And that's for William. And then Liz, when we come to you, the question I'd like to ask you is, what are the implications or consequences of such risks to information integrity in elections? But we'll come back to you, Liz, in a moment. First of all, I'd like to hear William on the first question, and you have 5 minutes, please.
Thank you. So I love the point from one of the other people that a lot of these things occur outside of elections. What we see is these things occurring at a heightened level in an election period, but that they, that attacks against women, for example, online don't stop just because it's not an election period. So I think there are 3 things where we saw information integrity being weakened in South Africa specifically. Firstly, attacks against the electoral management body. These were multi-pronged and straight out of a disinformation playbook. They targeted the entity, its decisions, they spread rumors, mis and disinformation, then they target individuals in there, and then they lace these various campaigns with kind of pseudo-legal challenges. And then they rely on a willing platform partner to scale the dirty work. And in that instance, most of these things we saw in South Africa on the platform that was X, which was not part of our collaboration, and unsurprisingly. The second issue is attacks against journalists and human rights defenders and those bodies. So as an example, on X, over a 2-week period, we saw over 1,000 attacks against journalists, and most of those actually against one journalist in particular. So clearly organized network behavior, including issues linked to incitement. And then thirdly, the bigger impact of the decimation of media, as we've seen them being systematically undermined as trusted systems. And that feeds into that idea of media and polarization, that sense of people not knowing what's actually going on and then being unable to actually operate. So how should they be identified? You spoke about what's happening in the EU. In South Africa, we've got a platform, Mars, which people can report attacks against journalists so that there's a public archive of them. And we've also got the same thing for other online harms, mis and disinformation, hate speech and threats and hate speech. And that's also, again, a public platform that operates independently of the state so that the public begin to have faith in it. And critically, it applies the same standard, because what we found was problematic is that what's okay on one platform isn't okay on another. And so that leaves the public thinking, well, what do I do here? If I want to report on X, nothing happens. If I report on Meta, it's this process. If I report on this platform, it's another whole process. So we've got a system that allows the people to report any platform, and then you can take action.
Thank you very much. And of course, consistency in the application and confidence of the individual that whatever the platform is, that they will have the ability to have redress, or at least to have the issue examined, is very important. Thank you. Now, turning to you, Liz, just to repeat, the question is, what are the implications or consequences of these risks to information integrity in elections, including the risks to civil and political rights, or the interference by foreign actors, and so on? Please.
Thank you. I'd begin by first looking at the media environment. When the online, there are certain, most information that comes from the online environment coming to media, and vice versa. And when there's no information integrity on online platforms, it means that the media has to respond to a lot for public interest. Get what information that is misleading there, and putting it out to the public, demystifying some of this misinformation. Also, competing narratives. A lot of the information also coming online means that the media has to go through all that information and spotlight what kind of information that the public should focus on, because they can also get overwhelmed with a lot of information coming from different media. But then again, we see the capacity issue of the media, also because the shift with advertisement and revenue to online spaces. So the media is also challenged there. What does it mean on human rights implication and civic rights? Is that people don't vote from an informed point. Because they miss a lot of information that can really be detrimental or be useful for voting the right choice of candidate. It also means this will also impact things to do with development issues. Development, which is a right that would enable them enjoy also first generation of rights like freedom of expression, and that's a problem there. The other one is incitement. Of course, information, when there's no information integrity, there's a lot of polarization happening online, offline. That has effects to also marginalization. The people who are marginalized are further marginalized. You mentioned women and girls. Women who have been active change makers at the grassroots level. When they try getting into the spaces of governance, they face a lot of violence, online and offline, and this really discourages them from pursuing government office or electoral office. And that means that we are just widening, we are widening the inequalities there. I would also like to point out that the African continent faces very different challenges and also very different contexts. We are at different levels of development, different levels of democratic progress, and that means that policies that are by the big platforms cannot just be applied blanketly, because some will not apply in some countries because of special tech development context and also democratic context as differing to others. So sometimes we see that there's no much investment or tech companies get overwhelmed to give special attention to special context. And this year, what we've seen, and especially with Mozambique as the situation continues, is that not really that tech platforms are not engaging there, but also there's that overstretch in engagement to respond faster to situation on the ground. And those are the challenges that we are getting in most African countries, that even when there's attention there, there's no that specialized attention on the ground, because most of these tech companies are not domiciled. The other thing is when we talk about information integrity and trust in electoral management bodies, sometimes you over-focus on electoral management bodies maintaining their reputation. But at the same time, for them to get trust from the public, it means that there's also need to be an environment where there's proactive information coming also from election management bodies, and especially in the context of how they manage election. Now, because of different media access, the situation in Africa, either connectivity is uneven, or even access to media, even traditional media, is uneven. That means even when they try to communicate with whatever platform, it doesn't really reach people. And that unevenness in information access also brings about the fertile ground for misinformation. Like I said, it also touches on what William Bard had also mentioned. On this, I'd also like to touch on what we try to do
just as quick as you can, please. Thank you.
Yes. We've worked on, we are working on Mozambique, Ghana, and Tanzania, which is having elections next year. And our focus is on media coalitions and access to data also. when you are trying to, as we do those that research, another thing that we are seeing right now are the dilemmas around data sharing, data sovereignty, and whether to host data, elections data in the country and outside the country. I think I will stop there.
Okay, I'm sorry that I had to interrupt you, but that was a very interesting analysis and quite a number of issues that you have identified as being things that need to be addressed, the consequences in some detail and obviously some lived experiences as to what happens. With that in mind now, we're going to move on to the next set of panelists. This time the format is slightly different. We have one question, and I'm going to ask that question to 3 panelists. Hopefully you can feed off one another. So I will start with Daniel Molokele. And the question is, what initiatives have successfully responded to challenges posed to information integrity in elections? And how is this success measured? And are such initiatives specific to a given time or place, or could they be used more widely around the world? Mr. Molokele, please.
Thank you so much. Yeah, there are several initiatives. Most of them are just starting, but I wanted to highlight a very continental one which occurred in September. We met in Senegal as Africans on the Freedom of Internet Forum, and one of the key pillars of this conference, with hundreds of delegates from across the continent, one of the key pillars was access to information from a perspective of elections, especially knowing that in some instances in Africa we've seen governments using strategies such as internet shutdowns, where they create a complete blackout during the campaign period to force an advantage against the opposition. We've also seen instances where social media platforms like WhatsApp are also restricted in terms of operation to make it difficult for people to access information. Also, the over-reliance on state media at the expense of media that is independent, and shutting down of alternative media platforms, especially media houses that are seen to be sympathetic to the opposition. So we have started an annual meeting in which we will be able to get presentations and research and assessments in terms of electoral processes and access to information. And also related to that, there is a parallel process around challenging policy frameworks and legislative frameworks that make it harder for people to access information, especially civil society, especially political parties that are not the ruling party, especially journalists who are covering elections. Access to information laws in Africa are there, but some of them are designed in such a way that they create a more bureaucratic process. Ostensibly, they are supposed to increase access to information, but at the same time, they make it harder for someone to access information. We also have such laws in Zimbabwe, where I come from, called the Official Secrets Act. Official Secrets Act also can be used to sort of make it difficult to access specific information if it doesn't create advantage to the ruling party. So there is a lot that is happening, and we are seeing not just civil society coming into space, but we are also seeing research coming from universities, from schools that teach journalism and media studies, and that also help us to have a more robust view around access to information and electoral integrity. Some of the ideas that are coming out, they are mostly unique to Africa, because Africa also is a situation where there is a great regional digital divide with the rest of the world. The majority of people in Africa have no easy access to the internet, you have no easy access to mainstream media. So at the end of the day, they are subjected to misinformation and disinformation and a lot of state-funded propaganda. And at the end of the day, is such a huge disadvantage. It makes it difficult for election systems to be free and fair, because without being properly informed, you cannot make informed choices as a voter. And in most instances, it favors the ruling elite in the continent. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So in suggesting some of the solutions, you've also identified one or two further problems that need to be addressed, some arising from your experience. So now I'd like to ask the same question to Lina. I will read it out very briefly, or abridge. What initiatives have successfully responded to challenges, and how are such initiatives specific to a given time or place, or could they be used more widely? Lina, please.
Well, thank you very much. And indeed, measuring the impact of counter disinformation initiative is really a very challenging task. But I'm willingly like to share with you several good practices which we developed in Lithuania, and that could be really replicated worldwide. So I will refer to three of them. First, in Lithuania, we created really a consolidated system of monitoring and neutralizing disinformation. We take a comprehensive whole of society approach to monitoring, analyzing, and countering disinformation, involving not only state institutions, but also the whole vibrant ecosystem of non-governmental organizations, media, business, which really helps to create resilience of the society and also trust. In this context, I would like to particularly stress the importance of NGOs in analyzing and countering disinformation, but also particularly in promoting digital and media literacy, including journalists working or writing to audiences of national minorities, developing learning programs and different devices to vulnerable groups. We have NGO Civil Resilience Initiative, which worked a lot on that. We have an important non-governmental organization, debunk.org. This institution also researches disinformation and runs educational media literacy campaign. So indeed, developing critical thinking is key to resilience against foreign information manipulation and interference. Another important element I would like to mention, it's the collaboration between business and academia to develop technical solutions. Effective solutions indeed are required, such as AI-driven tools, for example, that could detect manipulated media bots and also coordinated inauthentic behavior. And here the collaboration between science, between academia and business is really, really important. And in general, I perhaps also refer to the question from the audience about reporting platforms and so on. So in Lithuania, we have really a lot of people, a lot of society members participating in countering this disinformation. We have a very nice initiative, the Lithuanian Elves initiatives, and where people are reporting to social platforms about the accounts spreading disinformation, and this really works very well. Second practices which I wanted to share with you, and which is very, very much related with the first one, is a cross-sectorial approach to find disinformation and really closely cooperating at the national level. We have established a cross-institutional team of experts and the framework under the National Crisis Management Center, indeed helping to quick detection and rapid response to disinformation or to information incidents which could have a big influence. This National Crisis Management Center coordinates the strategic communications and also provides guidelines for a possible response to different information incidents. And our experts from this center are really willing and willing to share and sharing their experiences also with other countries of this effective functioning of cross-institutional framework. And finally, that brings me to my third point, that sharing experiences among democratic states is really, really important. And one of such initiatives we have in Lithuania is the Information Integrity Hub, which is operated by Lithuania and the OECD, which provides the training for officials worldwide. So this is a training program offering opportunity for OECD and non-OECD public officials to peer learn and strengthen their capacities to detect, suppress, and prevent undue foreign influence and fight disinformation. And indeed, that is very effective when experts are gathering together, when they sharing the cases of disinformation they face, and perhaps also that could form a kind of inventory of practices, of bad practices, which would be then easier to recognize when experts are discussing and sharing that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lina. So now the same question to Suzanne Yazil. You've been waiting a long time since you last spoke. So again, what initiatives have successfully responded and can they be used elsewhere, please?
Thank you so much. I hope that my answer will also address the questions of the audience, the one from the online participant and the one from my sister from Egypt. And I know that women politicians are especially vulnerable, unfortunately, and we have special protections in place. And after this session, if she kindly stays and meet me, I would like to explain more in detail. But I can say that we, as Meta, we have a very well-established playbook on election integrity. And we keep improving it according to the lessons learned after major elections. Our measures are globally applicable, but we make risk assessment for each election specific to that country and adjust our measures if needed. So that participant from online medium said that we don't have a local representation, etc. So that doesn't matter because all our measures are globally applicable. And we have about 40,000 employees working on safety and security. And we have invested more than $20 billion in this area since 2016. There are 5 pillars in our election integrity work. First one is that we do not allow fake accounts. Our automatic detection tools block billions of accounts, often within a few minutes after creation. Second, we disrupt bad actors. We took down more than 200 coordinated inauthentic behavior networks since 2017. And as you know, those networks are used to mislead people, especially during election times. And we work in collaboration with law enforcement and security agencies and with academia researchers, etc., to identify those actors. Third, we fight against misinformation. It is a really tough issue because nobody agrees on the definition of misinformation. For example, let's say a politician says that they have the best economy in the world. What if the indicators do not agree with him? Are we going to remove that content as labeling it misinfo? That won't be appropriate. So we have a 3-part strategy: remove, reduce, and inform. Under remove, we do not allow mispresentation of voting date, voting location, and times. We do not allow mispresentation of who can vote, who can participate in elections, and what documents are required, etc. Under reduce, We work with more than 90 third-party fact-checkers around the world, and they cover 60 languages to identify and rate viral misinformation. And rated content are not recommended in our systems, and its distribution is reduced. And under Inform, we put labels like false information on rated content by the third-party fact-checkers, and we provide more context to the users if they want to have more information on why it was misinformation, etc. And under fourth pillar, we increase transparency, especially for political ads. We have obligatory authorization process. Advertisers, political parties, for example, have to prove who they are and where they are located. They can only target audience in the country where they are based in. And we put a paid-for-buy disclaimer to the ad so that people can understand who is funding that political advertisement to give more transparency. Also, political ads are kept in our ads library for 7 years. So, for example, researchers use it a lot. It is publicly available, free, and you can see all the information like the amount spent on ads, who is funding, etc. And finally, if content is created with AI apps, the advertisers have to disclose it to us. They have to say it. And we put a label on the content, like digitally created, so that people understand it is a photorealistic video or photo or something. And under fifth and last pillar, it's about partnerships. We work with local trusted partners to receive timely insights on the ground. So, okay, final comments. And also, user education is very important. We do campaigns with third-party fact-checkers and academia to raise awareness on how to fight disinformation and misinformation. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much for that. So we heard, particularly in the answers from Daniel and from Lina, already references to the civil society, to NGOs, to the stakeholders, the multi-stakeholder process, as having an important role with regard to what could be successful responses and how we learn to share initiatives across countries and regions. And now that'll be one element of the next question that I'm going to pose to our final two panelists. Again, thank you for your patience. And that question, again, it's on screen, is what are the governance principles, tools, and mechanisms that could be applied in order to help protect the integrity of electoral processes and information in the digital age while upholding human rights and democratic principles? And then are there specific roles for particular stakeholders that need to be highlighted? So I'm going to put that question, first of all, to Tawfiq Jalassi, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I think we all agree that ensuring that information is trustworthy and accurate is a very critical challenge today, maybe more than ever before, especially during elections. And here I would like just to quote Maria Ressa, the 2021 Nobel Peace Prize winner, who said, "Without facts, there is no truth. Without truth, there is no trust. And without trust, there is no shared reality." I think this is a very powerful quote that reminds us that fact-checked information is the basis for not only democracy, but for society and for communities to live together. So it's a major challenge, but then second and final quote from journalists. Here is Carl Bernstein, a Pulitzer Prize winner and a journalist, who said, "What we do as real journalists is to give our readers the best obtainable version of the truth." It's a simple concept, but it's very difficult to achieve and especially elusive in the age of social media. We know the power of digital influencers who have today 50+ million followers per digital influencer. Our recent study shows that more than half of the content they post online is not fact-checked, is not verified. This is the new challenge that we need to deal with. So the dilemma is there, and the pursuit of truth is especially challenging in this digital age, where information spread rapidly and far faster than objective information. A recent MIT study shows that false information travels 10 times faster than fact-checked information. So it's a real challenge, and as I said, this is at the heart of preserving democratic processes. So the question is, what can we do about this? And here, let me say that at UNESCO, we are deeply committed to advance our mission of protecting the integrity of information. And here, I must say that we are honored at UNESCO being asked last month by the G20 summit to become the secretariat for a global initiative on information integrity and to administer the global fund allocated to that by the G20, the 20 most important economies of the world. So I think information integrity is at the heart of what we are discussing, especially also when it comes to climate change. How can we combat climate disinformation when we try to resolve the environmental crisis? So this is part of our mission. Now, the next question is, how do we go about it? And our approach has been all along anchored in the international human rights standards. We developed the guidelines I mentioned a few minutes ago, the guidelines for the governance of digital platforms, again, based on human rights, but also to promote transparency, accountability, and inclusivity. This is, we believe, a roadmap to address harmful online content while protecting freedom of expression online. This is very important to stress. Second, maybe initiative, because it was raised by, I think, the Egyptian participant, what do we do to protect women politicians? And I know that the Meta executive here has addressed that and has offered more details after the session. We have been working a lot to protect women journalists. Why? Because our study shows that 73% of women journalists are subject to online harassment, and 20% of them end up being physically attacked. What starts online moves to the physical world. 33% end up quitting their job because they couldn't take it any longer. So this is really dramatic. Somebody who is exercising her profession has to quit. 1/3 of them have to quit because of online harassment, and as I said, sometimes physical violence as well. So this is what we have been doing to protect women journalists. So you didn't ask about this, you asked about women politicians, and our panelist has addressed that. So again, there is one final note maybe to mention is, we believe that true empowerment starts with education. Education is at the heart of the matter, and some of the panelists mentioned media and information literacy in the digital age. Literacy, again, in reference to education. Our program on that is a cornerstone of our strategy. We want not only to have guidelines for digital platforms and for regulatory authorities. That's on the supply side of information, but we have to work on the demand side of information and the usage. And our aim through our educational program is to make the users of digital platforms become media and information literate by developing a critical mindset so they can distinguish, hopefully, between fact-checked information, objective information, and obviously falsehood. This is something that we believe is very important. We want them to raise few questions. Who created this information I come across online? Why was it shared? And what evidence supports it? Because otherwise, the users of information online become themselves amplifiers of mis and disinformation. They like and they share that information. And finally, to say, it's a collective effort. I mentioned what UNESCO is trying to do, but of course, it's a collective effort. We need governments to create policies to protect human rights, safeguard freedom of expression, and having the right regulation maybe for digital platforms. We want tech companies to adhere to full transparency and accountability and the proper content moderation and curation, but educators and civil society to empower citizens, the way I mentioned, to discern facts from fiction. Let me just conclude, because I think my time is up, to say not only that we remain at UNESCO steadfast in our commitment to this cause, but we believe that together we can build a digital age that does not divide but unites, that does not harm but heals, and that does not undermine democracy but strengthen it.
Thank you very much. A lot to think about there. So finally, waiting patiently, we would like to hear from Rosemary Sinclair on her views on this same question. Please, Rosemary, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Piers. And it's a very big question, as I know you know. So just a few thoughts from me. We've been focusing in this panel session on elections, misinformation and disinformation. But I think we're really talking more broadly about information. And that means we're really talking about trust and confidence in an online world. And we're having this discussion right at the point where we have the possibility to secure amazing innovation, which can benefit individual people, their communities, and their economies. So this is a conversation really worth having. For a long time, we've been focused on practical connectivity, and there's a way to go, I know, particularly in the global south. More recently, we've started to think about cultural connectivity, so efforts focused on digital inclusion through language. But I really want to stress that our focus must be on building, or in some cases rebuilding, confidence online. In Australia, we at .au do annual research into the digital lives of Australians. And for the first time this year, that research told us that Australians are starting to think about doing less online because of the harms that they are experiencing, right at a time where, for productivity, efficiency and innovation reasons, our policymakers and others are wanting them to do more online. So I think we've got to get back to a point where technology is seen as a tool and not as something that is somehow beyond policy. And when we're thinking about policy, we've got to balance innovation and integrity. And I think we need some very big thinking, and we've done some of that at .au. We forced ourselves to do it using a scenario process. And if the scenarios are of interest to anybody, they're available for free use on our website. But there are two scenarios in there that are pertinent to this discussion, and I'm going to summarise them in about 6 words. One of them says government is in charge of information, and the other of them says private sector is in charge of information. And when we dug into those scenarios, what we found were really some shared issues about the rights of individuals to privacy and to choice, the importance of integrity and impartiality around information. There's a whole set of issues around the importance of the security of people's identity. We explored the role of the internet, open, free, secure, and globally interoperable. And we really thought about integrity and the assurance processes that would need to be put in place to assure people of integrity. So in answer to the question, we need governance principles, tools, and mechanisms in all of those areas. Getting back to our topic today, which is elections, I wanted to make the point that really democracy now is a team sport, and more than that, it's actually a global team sport. And who we need on the playing field with the voters and the politicians we need civil society, we need the technical community, we need the private sector, media, technology companies, the platforms, we need government, public service officials, we need the combination of judiciary and regulators to actually implement and enforce policies, laws, regulations, the people who are accountable for election oversight and the like. In addition, I want to be bold enough to suggest that we might need some philosophers on the playing field as well, to think about the limits of markets, as Michael Sandel has done, to think about big questions around values and ethics and culture. My final point, in fact, I've got two final points, but the first one is I'm finding it very interesting that organisations that have usually been concentrating on economic policies and competition and the like are becoming very interested in these issues too. And if I just give you one little quote from the OECD's report, Facts Not Fakes, Tackling Disinformation, Strengthening Information Integrity, that report says informed individuals are the foundation of democratic debate and society. And the report also goes on to make the comment that a multi-stakeholder approach is required to address the complex global challenges of information integrity. More locally in Australia, our ACCC, which is our competition authority, has been conducting an inquiry into digital platforms. And in its final report, it says, this inquiry has highlighted the intersection of privacy, competition, and consumer protection considerations. Privacy and data protection laws can build trust in online markets. So the fact that these bodies are thinking about these issues for the purpose of economic and societal outcomes, I think is very interesting.
Sorry,
so
Rosemary, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up now, please.
And my final point, Piers, is just we need to have a global governance architecture. I think the Internet Governance Forum has a role to play, and I'm really hoping that through the processes next year, the role of the IGF is made clear and permanent so that it has the certainty to help do this work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rosemary, and thank you for that very clear enumeration and explanation of the principles that we need to revisit in the work that we're doing with regard to the internet as a whole, and then specifically with regard to election integrity. And of course to Tawfik for his analysis, and again, the worrying facts of violence against journalists, particularly female journalists. There is a direct and very thick line between that and election integrity. If the journalists, if the free press is intimidated into silence, then we are already losing the electoral integrity process. So something that we must think of, and also the effects of the digital elements to that. So now, as I've said, we want to again open up the floor to questions, but particularly statements, because on this occasion we're going to make you work a little bit harder. So this is to participants here in the room, but also, of course, to online participants. We actually have a couple of questions for you. So if anyone would like to answer those questions, address those questions, or address points made by our panelists, in their very rich responses to those set of questions that we put to them. So it's simply this: how do you think the broader internet governance debate intersects with electoral information integrity discussions? And how can the IGF discussions, the multi-stakeholder approach, how could it contribute to improving and strengthening the information integrity in elections and in the election space? So do we have anyone who would like to take the floor on this or make comments on what has been heard from the floor? If so, please come to the microphones, one or other, at the head of the room. And I'm also looking at Bruna, if there is anybody online. Okay, well, we'll keep going because we have been very disciplined, I have to say. I've been nudging one or two of you, but I would like to thank all of the panelists for being so disciplined in time while giving us such rich responses. But now we have the opportunity, perhaps, to open the debate to you, to everything that your co-panelists have said in the questions they had asked. In relation to what we said, what are the problems, what evidence has come to light, what initiatives have worked, what hasn't worked, and then what are the principles that we need to apply. So now I'm giving the floor to you, but I would also like to put to you that question that I just posed now, and you can tackle any or all of them as you see fit, is how can the broader internet governance discussion and debate intersect with this issue of electoral integrity? And how can the multi-stakeholder approach contribute to improving and strengthening the situation? So now, the floor is open. Who'd like to take the floor? Please, Tawfik.
Thank you. You remind us that the focus is elections, of course. And reporting on elections in a fact-checked, objective way requires proper training of journalists covering elections. UNESCO has been doing this in many countries recently to provide the training needed by journalists because, of course, the information they bring to the fore is so important, especially in this era of mis and disinformation. Second, the impact of emerging technologies on elections, such as the impact of AI on elections. This is another training that we developed. It's an online course on the impact of AI and generative artificial intelligence on election processes. So this is part of awareness creation, awareness raising, advocacy, because we need to have in place an enabling environment for elections to take place in a fair, free, and democratic way.
Very good. Please, William, you're next.
So what struck me is, despite us all coming from radically different perspectives, just how similar the issues we're facing are, and in fact how similar the kind of approaches to dealing with them are, which says that often these things are, as I said at the beginning, a bigger question of how do we deal with this new information chaos environment where power dynamics have shifted so dramatically. And that seems to be a common kind of question that all of us are grappling with to varying degrees. The second thing is the critical importance of digital literacy. This is mentioned at every single instance of these things that I go to. The thing that is consequently and still missing in massive amounts are effective and properly resourced plans to actually implement these things. So we can come here and say all these good things, but there's no real meaningful action. And then how do we deal with the outliers, right? Elon Musk being one of those outliers, X's power is diminishing, but just because it's diminishing, the harm that it's causing in very real terms is still significant. And it seems we don't really have an answer to that, you know. We've just seen one of the major world superpowers buddy up to this man who openly used his platform to spread mis and disinformation, and in the case of South Africa, happily allowed it to spread attacks against journalists, incite violence, and hate speech. And we need an answer to that. IGF and all of us, we need to be able to say, how are we going to deal with this? Thanks.
Thank you. Daniel Molokele, please.
Thank you so much. I wanted to speak on something that I feel we have not addressed that affects electoral integrity from an information point of view. It's the issue around the need for standardization and professionalism. You will see that we are seeing a rise of new social media platforms or media technologies that are highly influential in influencing political opinions, especially for the electorate. Some people have got blogs, some people have got podcasts, some of them are live. Some people have got X pages or Twitter pages. They've got Facebook pages. They can actually go live at any time. And millions of potential voters tune in. And in that live broadcast, there are some untested facts around the elections that are said, or even allegations, for example, around rigging or cheating in elections. And because the audience trusts the person behind the podcast or the show, it then affects everything in terms of integrity of the entire election process. Yet, most of these people who conduct these live sessions and so on are actually not trained journalists. They do not practice any form of ethics, and they have no form of qualification or certification. And at the end of the day, there is no emphasis on professional research and standardization of content. And also driving them is the fact that at the end of each month, they get a paycheck, and it's based on the amount of interaction or interactive use of that blog or pod. So the more people are emotionally tuned, the more viewership, the more interactions, and the more currency at the end of the month. So the net effect of that is a single person or two people can actually shape the narrative depending on the side which they are. And it then allows people with money, maybe business people, for example, who have got interest, maybe in public tender systems, to actually fund these people also, unofficially, and influence the electoral process. Because at the end of the day, they would want a government that will be in power after the elections to be aligned to their business interests. So it's a major concern, and main media houses or professional institutions that practice journalism to standards are normally overrun by this kind of live transmissions. Then I also wanted to zero in on artificial intelligence. For us as Africans, we are coming from a position of being left behind. I think the average person, especially in Zimbabwe, where I come from, it's still very difficult to distinguish a story that is AI generated and one that is real. Because if you look at the videos, if you look at the pictures, they look so real. And if you can come up with content that is misleading or misinforming or disinforming, an average voter will be able to take it seriously. By the time clarifications are done, follow-ups are done, it's too late, and it then affects the credibility of the election system. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed. I fully agree. I see the same. Now, I just wanted to check, I don't know if we have a hands up function, but I want to make sure that if either Rosemary or Liz wanted to come in on what we've heard in the panel discussion, and also, of course, this question about the broader internet governance debate and the IGF. Would either of you like to come in on this?
I can come in and make a few short remarks on how elections, the discussion can integrate with the internet governance, which from my view, we are looking at the governance of infrastructure and the governance of content as far as the discussion of internet governance is concerned. But then again, when it comes to elections and information integrity, I don't think any society has really quite agreed what is disinformation or what is misinformation, what is good information that should be encouraged online and what should be discouraged. But also what we are also saying is that people are saying that there should be plurality of information. And when there's that plurality of information, some of them oppose each other. And we, in shaping our narratives, we try to label the other information as misinformation. Some information, some misinformation are outright misinformation, and they are put out there to influence some unfair narrative, which is also harmful to the society. But now we are talking about a plurality of information that sometimes it causes tensions in the society, and it's not really intentional on harming any citizenry, but still it harms a democratic process. I think as a society we need to reflect on such dangerous misinformation coming out, but if regulatory concerns are taken out, then it means that a certain group will feel offended with it. With internet governance discussion, and this is my last point, is that I think we need to go broader to accommodate, to appreciate what's really happening within the elections environment, because it also touches on the wider issues of development. When the right people in governance are not the right people in governance are put in place, then it really affects how a society will develop democratically. In some elections, violence also erupts. It also means that economic consequences also follow, because in cases where countries face elections aftermath, or even 3 years after election, contesting elections, going to court, and even being passive in applying policies that are put in place by the illegitimate government, it means there's a slow economic growth in those countries, and people are not able to prosper there. So I think we need to be wider in how we think about internet governance and democracy, going beyond just content moderation and infrastructure governance, but also to the underlying issues, like other panelists had said, that they also play out in between elections, but they actually rise when it comes to the elections themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, Rosemary, I saw you wanted to come in.
Sorry, Piers, I'm having trouble with my mute button. Yes, I was wondering if we could pursue the idea that I think Lena put on the table earlier about the reporting function, the centralized reporting function. Being in the technical space, I've spent a lot of my time worrying about cybersecurity over the internet, and globally we're developing some quite good threat identification and reporting mechanisms. And when Lena made that comment, I thought, oh, I wonder if there's something we can learn from that work that could be applied to the integrity reporting. And I just wondered if we could hear a little bit more about that work in Lithuania.
Okay, well, Lena, I think that's an invitation to you, please.
Well, of course, as I already presented, we have a quite comprehensive system established in Lithuania on countering disinformation. But perhaps as we are now moving to the end of the discussion, I wanted to react very briefly to your question about how IGF indeed discussions could lead us to something more specific, and here I think that indeed we should understand very clearly that here in multilateral format we really could come to the global consensus on particular measures that could strengthen integrity, information integrity in election spaces. So well, perhaps one of the examples which we discussed during this discussion, and in the very beginning we were talking about defining the responsibility of social media platforms, and perhaps finding some legal tools to enforce that. So we really think that we could establish clear responsibilities, legal obligations, and sometimes even penalties for platforms that fail to prevent the spread of organized disinformation campaigns. And this is one of the measures which we could develop in discussing in this multi-stakeholder format where all views are heard and where all of us are on board. So that could also lead us to implementation and probably also developing the mandate of Global Digital Compact.
Thank you very much. Just one moment, because I'm going to come to you now in the sense that I see there's unfinished business, but also a great opportunity to take this forward, because I'm going to ask all of the panelists now to give their views, and I will come to you first, Cezanne. So it's just in relation to In wrapping up, a maximum of 2 minutes, and you know that I'm tough, but you're very disciplined. And the purpose really here is that I'd really love if you could come up with a recommendation, a request, a best practice that we could take as takeaways from this discussion. And as I said, I think there can be another one from Nina or from Rosemary, but that centralized clearinghouse to which any person, user can address themselves and hope to have action taken is one of those issues, and how we can adapt that. I'm sure there are different models, but if it were to be throughout the system, that would be great. But anyway, I'll ask you to do that now. 2 minutes maximum, and I will shut you off so that everyone gets their last word. And I will start with you, Cézanne, please.
Okay, thanks so much. So the problems we have discussed today, like disinformation, misinformation, are probably as old as the history of democracy. And but of course, the use of internet brings those to another level. We all accept that. Also, the problems are not specific to one country or to one platform only. Bad actors, for example, can work from country X to target people country Y, and also they use all the platforms they can use. So I believe that, like all other global problems, election integrity related problems can be tackled best in collaboration with all the stakeholders, like private, public, academia, and civil society. And the beauty of IGF is that it's bringing us all, and we are hearing each other. That's great. So I really appreciate all the esteemed panelists we use and comments on the matter. I'm taking this as my homework. I will feed those as input to our election integrity work back at Meta. As Meta, we understand our responsibility, and we try to improve ourselves, and we are already leading and participating in many collaborative efforts, and we will be more than happy to expand our collaborative efforts to the other stakeholders, including governments, UNESCO, etc. Thanks so much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. And now I'll turn to you, William. Your 2 minutes. Yes? Don't worry, I'm being random for a purpose.
Okay. So my points would be, I think, to call for resources outside of elections periods. Because what we see is that elections approach and suddenly everyone's excited, and then elections go and we all say, yes, these are bad, and then suddenly there's no work to. We need to see these as ongoing societal challenges. The second point is the intersection of online harms needs to be dealt with comprehensively, and then we need to see some action. It's not enough for us to just say, oh yes, the attacks against women online is very bad and we really must do something. Let's do something. Let's hold some of these people accountable. We can't take Elon Musk to court in South Africa because they don't have anything there. But why aren't gender-based violence groups taking him to court in the United States, where he's domiciled? We need to be holding people accountable that continue these things. We can't leave it as is any longer. And then the third thing, I think, is that we need to, mis and disinformation are thrown around, and you're right, everyone said there's no common definition. For us, we reference public harm as one of the elements of mis and disinformation, and I think one of the things that we could and should be looking at are more nuanced labels around understanding mis and disinformation, that it isn't all the same thing, because we already accept some things as problematic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now turn to Tawfik, please, for your 2 minutes worth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Not to repeat myself, but the title here is How to Maximize Potential for Trust and Addressing the Risks. For me, I repeat myself, the number one risk is dis and misinformation. It's not by chance that Davos World Economic Forum this year put fighting disinformation, or disinformation, as the number one global risk for 2024 and 2025. This is the super election year that will continue in 2025. Disinformation, for me, is at the heart of the battle. And if we can address it, if we can minimize it, maybe we cannot totally reduce it, I think we will be able to maximize trust and address the risk that it represents.
Thank you very much. Liz, are you still with us? We see a very interesting photo of you. If not, perhaps then I will turn for the moment to Rosemary, please. What would be your last comments?
Yep.
Now we see you, Liz, but we'll give you a moment in a moment. Thank you. Rosemary, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to make two comments, really. One is to re-emphasize what I said very briefly, that I would like to see the role of the IGF clarified and made permanent so that we have a forum for large multi-stakeholder discussions about matters of importance. Second thing is practically, I would like to see the tapestry of internet governance forums knitted together much more closely. So in Australia, we have the local IGF, AU IGF, and then we have the Asia Pacific region IGF, and then we come to the global IGF. If we could imagine a world where all of that effort was focused on a topic area, perhaps centralized clearinghouse or reporting, perhaps how to deal with platforms, if we could somehow maximize that effort and bring that work to the global IGF for consideration and discussion by the multi-stakeholder community, then I can see a possibility of progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Liz, we'd like to hear from you. No, we don't hear you. We'll keep trying to unmute.
Yes.
Now, perfect.
I succeeded in unmuting. Thank you. I think my only one point is that positively we've seen a lot of efforts on strengthening information integrity with the election. I think this year it came as a golden opportunity because of the many elections happening. And in Africa, we've seen a lot of partnerships, different kinds of partnerships, stakeholders coming together to fight this information, to map risks on this information and fight it proactively. But then this has happened not really in silos, but different parts of the partnership, but also leaving important stakeholders. Like one panelist said that it's a big team thing and we should expand more. But also the other thing is that we should not leave the work here. We should make these different works connect to each other to get a full picture of what really happened this year and what to anticipate in the next elections next year and even the years after. So connecting the dots from the partnerships in the civil society with the tech people to even data enthusiasts. There are people who are working with data. What really happened there and how we can connect the dots there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now I'd like to turn to Daniel, please.
Thank you so much. I think in 2024, we saw democracy continue to grow and take root in Africa. The elections that we had all across Africa, they significantly gave us an opportunity as Africa to showcase ourselves and rebuild our reputation as a continent. To that end, access to information from a perspective of electoral integrity is very important to Africans. And as a parliamentarian, I think one of the issues we need to focus on is making sure that there is standardization in terms of quality of information and news across Africa, especially during election campaigns and election announcements, results announcements. And we must make sure that the policy framework, the legislative framework all across Africa is modeled and standardized so that it benefits democracy in Africa, because information has the potential to build our democracy, has the potential to make our electoral system be accepted and conventional. But at the same time, it has the potential to undermine our electoral integrity. So it's important that we create model laws from a continental point of view that will enhance access to quality information and promote electoral integrity. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, Lina, please.
Well, from my side, I would like to leave you with a message that elections is the test of democracy. And indeed, democracy is not something that we have for granted. So if we want to live in democratic society, upholding liberty, human rights, rule of law, other democratic values, altogether we need to work for strengthening the democracy. And in this task, I firmly believe that all our societies need to be on board, and that is the only way to build trust, to make comprehensive action on strengthening resilience and critical thinking. Again, I believe that critical thinking and resilience is key indeed, in all our efforts to ensure the smooth, reliable, free from malign interference elections, democratic elections. And perhaps in addition, just one more thing I wanted to mention is that how important it is to coordinate among ourselves, among democracies, and that is crucial indeed to ensure that we appropriately, effectively respond to foreign information manipulation and interference, and that we prevent hostile actors from manipulating and hijacking the information space. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Tawfik, you were very short in
30 seconds.
So you have 30 seconds that you didn't use. Go
Why
ahead,
I asked the floor again, because your question had two parts. What can the IGF do about it, which I did not answer in my first intervention. 20 years ago, IGF did not foresee the rise of digital platforms, nor the harmful online content that we suffer from today. I believe that going forward, IGF has to ensure that information is a public good, not a public hazard, not a public harm.
Thank you. So I want to draw a close to the meeting. I'm not going to draw formal conclusions. That would not be appropriate, and it would be very subjective and impressionistic. And I'll tell you about what we're going to do in a moment. But what I would like, first of all, is I think we should show our appreciation for the fantastic insights and analysis by our panel, physically and online. Please, a round of applause. And they have made my job very easy, one, by really focusing on the questions, but also by allowing the discussion to continue by limiting their time. And I know it's very frustrating. The only censorship that is allowed during the multi-stakeholder process is your speaking time. Everything else is just not allowed. So what I will do is I would like to say that we have a clear set of well-informed views that show, yes, the experience tells us that the threats are real, that the challenges have been experienced across a number of countries and regions, and we would expect that they will get worse unless action is taken. Whereas there were no, well, sorry, I will take that back. Where largely disasters were avoided in 2024, there have been some very stark examples given to us of where serious problems have arisen. But almost all domains, countries, have seen a level of disinformation, certainly misinformation, going all the way to the use of deep fakes, as well as the suppression of opposing views. So we are united in diversity, and it might not always be the case that I am happy with the result of the election. My side didn't win. That's not the point. That's democracy. It is, well, did the side that win do so on the basis of the democratic process, which we all welcome, or did they do so because they used digital technologies to misinform, to disinform, or to actively prevent another voice from being heard? And that is the line that we must follow with regard to information and with regard to election integrity. I think we've had some great insights. As I said at the start, we do hope in what will come next is to, in listening to the stakeholders, to actually, share our experiences and actually find inspiration, make suggestions, be able to give actionable insights to guide stakeholders in the actions that they can take, including and particularly in the IGF. We have the IGF coming to us next June. I think this work can continue. And for that, we have a rapporteur from this session who will help us, and I'd like to thank him, Jordan Carter, for his contribution in organising the session as well. But I must single out, as well as thanking our panellists, in particular I must single out Bruna Martins dos Santos, who has been the driving force in organising this event. I saw Bruna in action in Net Mundial, and we're very grateful for all the work that she's doing on the MAG. By the way, Jordan is also on the MAG, and we really think that this is an issue that we will continue to need to focus on, and where the IGF and the multi-stakeholder process that it represents is the only forum in which we can find consensual responses to the challenges of digital, while, and I think this was also what Taufik wanted to say as well, embracing all the good that digital technologies can bring to societies across the world. Thank you for your presence. Thank you for those online. Thank you again to the speakers, and I wish you a great continuation of the IGF.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Parliamentary Roundtable, an essential part of IGF 2024. A powerful collective force for change, parliamentarian for a prosperous global digital future. It's the theme for today that resonates as we stand at the crossroad of rapidly evolving digital landscape. Digital technologies have transformed nearly every aspect of our lives, connecting people, cultures, and economies. However, these advancements also present challenges that transcend borders, such as data privacy, cybersecurity, and equitable access to digital resources. Addressing these requires strong legislative frameworks and international cooperation. Today's session will explore how parliaments can harmonize efforts to address digitalization challenges and maximize its benefits. We are joined today by distinguished parliamentarians who bring unique perspective shaped by their regional expertise. Let me introduce our esteemed panelists. His Excellency Haykub Arshikian, the Vice President of the National Assembly of the Republic of Armenia, focusing on Armenia's role in advancing regional digital innovation. Mrs. Palvasha Muhammad Zaykhan, a senator from Pakistan, focusing on South Asia digital governance challenges. She's the chairperson of Standing Committee on Information Technology of the Senate. Honorable Mr. Sigbjørn Gjelsvik, a member of the parliament from Norway, emphasizing a global data privacy and cybersecurity. Honorable Maria Ilago, a member of the parliament from Namibia, a leader in advancing Africa's digital transformation strategy. Dr. Isa Al-Ataibi, a member of the Shura Council from Saudi Arabia, he is the chairman of Transportation, Communication, and Information Technology Committee. Last but not least, Mrs. Pamela Kaiti. She's a member of a parliament from Argentina, promoting digital inclusion and regional cooperation in Latin America. Welcome to all our great panelists. We have many pillars today to discuss, and we will dive deep into the first pillar, that it is basically focusing on how we could use digitalization to expand across border. We will dive deep into the role that should parliaments play in shaping the international digital governance frameworks. Starting with you, Your Excellency, Mr. Haykub Arshikian. So Armenia have made advancement in regional digital innovation. How can Armenia's parliament leverage its advancement to foster stronger cooperation within its international scope?
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank for this invite, and it is great to be here in this excellent, great environment in the country, and of course it is in this very beautiful palace. Thanks for the question. It's very important. I think Armenia has done significant steps in his recent history on growing high-tech sector, and which is very much connected to the connectivity and internet and digital infrastructure. We have got more than 50,000 employees in Armenia, who are making more than 7% of the GDP of the country. Different international companies, local companies, startups, some of them are unicorns, more than $1 billion valuation companies, and they are contributing very much to the industry, as well as to the infrastructure and governance system itself, and the policy also. For example, we have an Internet Governance Council, which is which includes parliament members, includes people from ministry. It is headed by the Vice Minister for High-Tech Industry, and there are organizations, telecommunication operators, and different other NGOs, including the regulatory members, who are together influencing the policies of the internet governance itself. Because sometimes we face the challenge of the lack of knowledge, both in the government or in the parliament, because of the very rapid growth of the technology itself. So Armenia wants to share its knowledge in different ways. One of the ways, of course, in participation of this kind of valuable conferences. Another way is, of course, creating frameworks that we already have as examples and sharing that with our partners. For example, we have in the IPU, International Parliamentary Union, there is a science and technology working group. I am trying to contribute also in the framework of these working groups, as well as different international organizations. I think the digital excellency and the digital agenda is the thing that no only country can survive or have a success, because it's an interconnectivity, the first. In cybersecurity, in artificial intelligence, in blockchain technologies, everywhere, if we don't shape our policies, we will become very much localized, which is not bringing to a growth. So we should be more of a internationalized. Of course, there are some other questions that are rising, for example, digital sovereignty in that kind of, when we move to that direction. However, there is no other way of having a balance, the right balance, to be open and to be protected and to be integrated, and also to have a digital sovereignty. So we are open for cooperation, and we are thankful for the other countries and states for sharing their experience. Thank you so much.
That's indeed a huge strides, I would say, in digital innovation, Your Excellency. Moving to you, Mrs. Bulbasha. So, given Pakistan efforts to implement its digital Pakistan vision and the challenges of regulatory fragmentation in South Asia, how can Pakistan Parliament lead in fostering regional digital cooperation?
Thank you very much. I'd once again like to thank IGF and the Shura Council for giving us this opportunity. So see, I personally believe that all of us are sitting here, some are from the developing world and some are from the less developed world. Each of us have our own particular environments, and no two environments are the same. Each of us have our own pace in this march towards connectivity and digital revolution. And our pace is shaped by our circumstances. And when I say circumstances, I mean all of us are politically different. All of us are, culturally different. We are economically at different places. And so we have our challenges.
Right.
So we are not going to march at the same pace together, but of course, even standing where Pakistan is standing today, I call it a success story because Pakistan is generally a youthful country. More than 60% of the population are below 30 years of age. So that's a huge something that helps us go ahead with this revolution. And I'd like to praise the young people. I've met so many who have come here on their own yesterday. And I was surprised to see the number of people, the number of youngsters who have come here on their own, and they're here spending their own money and trying to be a part of this very important conference. So that really surprised me, although I am the chairperson of the Senate Standing Committee on Information Technology, and I keep hearing, but seeing them here at this global forum, now I realize that these are, this is our success story. This 60% of population that is young and open to ideas and very tech savvy is our future. And I would also like to say that in Pakistan, perhaps the government has not supported the IT industry as it should have, because of course you have our economic problems, you have our security problems, you have a host of problems. But this, revolution has been led by the youth of Pakistan. And they have done it by their own efforts. And the main force in leading this revolution is their own hard work. They're reaching out to the rest of the world, and by dint of merit and their hard work, they have managed to create a vibrant IT industry in Pakistan, where we have a huge number of freelancers who make their living by pursuing different projects worldwide. And that makes me very proud to say that these people have penetrated the global IT industry. There are many who are working everywhere in the world. There are many who are working in Pakistan, but there are many who are a part of the global IT revolution. I'd also like to say that this is purely by dint of merit and determination. And we are very optimistic that we will convert, because a young population is a plus point, is a human resource that we have. And we are going to make the best use of it. And they are the ones who are going to drive this story of prosperity. I'd like to mention that we have the fourth largest number of freelancers in the world today. And believe me, we have to do more for them. We try and do, the government tries and, they're trying to do more, make policies, which I'll come back to later. But they are themselves, the credit goes to the young people of Pakistan. And I think it's a great success story. This is where the parliament is trying to step in, will step in to ensure that we do whatever we can do to make this, go many steps ahead.
Wonderful. I just wanted to echo what you've said, how youth are really the driving force, and this is what we have seen in Saudi, where youth is the cornerstone of the Vision 2030 transformation in Saudi Arabia. Moving to you, Mr. Yelsvik, would like to hear more about the role of the parliament in your country in shaping the international digital governance frameworks.
Well, thank you so much, and Excellencies and distinguished colleagues. It's an honor to be here. And in our interconnected world, parliaments play a key role in shaping digital governance. We must ensure digital policies are inclusive, secure, and beneficial for all. In Norway, we have seen the benefits of strong digital policies. These policies promote inclusivity and security. We aim to create a legislative environment that encourages innovation while protecting rights and privacy. However, the spread of social media and breakthrough in artificial intelligence have made it possible to spread disinformation faster and to more people than before, amidst increased international security challenges. Norway believes the internet should remain open and accessible. We are committed to supporting the Global Digital Compact with the goal of connecting all people to the internet. This will require significant investment from governments and stakeholders, especially the private sector. However, we must also ensure that everyone can use the internet meaningfully and safely. The Internet Governance Forum is crucial for maintaining a universal, free, and secure internet. It must continue as a bottom-up multi-stakeholder platform for a dialogue on internet policy issues. Increasing diversity in IGF participation is essential, and Norway will encourage broad participation in next year's IGF in Norway. We are committed to working against internet shutdowns and protecting the right to information and freedom of speech. Human rights are important to protect and promote, both online and in our physical world. We will continue to work with partners and the IGF against all forms of online violence in accordance with international standards and human rights law. Last year, I led the Norwegian delegation to IGF in Japan as Norway's Minister for Digital Policy. We worked to promote an open, global and free internet, emphasizing the importance of avoiding state regulations that hinders development and innovation. It's a pleasure to continue my participation here in Riyadh as a member of Parliament this year. And I look forward to contributing to next year's IGF, which Norway will host in June 2025. Thank you so long.
Wonderful. Indeed, Norway is providing really an exemplary, I would say, it's an exemplary leader, especially in the data governance, data cybersecurity, and data security as well. It's nice to hear all of these stories. Moving to you, Maria. So Namibia plays a crucial role in advancing Africa's digital transformation strategy. How can Namibia parliaments ensure its national ICT goals align with broader regional efforts?
Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I would like to thank the IGF organizers for inviting me. I feel honored to be here. Parliament are more than policymakers. They are the architect of fair, inclusive, and secure digital future. Namibia has already taken impressive steps forward, providing that progress does not always require massive population. It requires clear vision and action. Take Namibia's Access to Information Act number 8 of 2022. It's a big step forward towards transparency and empowering citizens with the tools to make informed decisions. But here is the thing. Access alone is not enough. Digital information must be clear, understandable, and available in languages that resonate with people. Otherwise, it is like giving someone the key to a library, but the books are written in a language they don't speak. Namibia's digital strategy aligns well with regional and global priorities. Look at Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030, which balances innovation with governance. Namibia is already on this path, focused on expanding information and communication technology, ICT access, creating digital job opportunities, and supporting e-governance. The challenge now is accelerating this momentum through strong policies that make sure no one gets left behind. Most importantly, Namibia must continue to claim its seat on global platforms like the United Nations Digital Forums and the Southern Africa Development Community, SADC. The population size does not define leadership vision. Reforming governance in the digital age isn't easy, but Namibia is showing that with determination, it is absolutely achievable. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Maria, and it's really great to hear all of these advances. Moving to you, Dr. Isa, and with Saudi Arabia leadership in digital governance and global forums like G20, how can the Shura Council support the international efforts to create equitable digital frameworks?
Thank you so much, Dr. Najwa, for moderating this important session, and it's a pleasure to join this panel. And I would like to extend my warm welcoming to everyone here to be in Saudi Arabia. Now, to address your question, actually, Najwa, our Shura Council has a shared responsibility to ensure that that digital transformation benefits everyone, not just for a specific region or for specific groups. Therefore, the question becomes, how do we achieve that? Well, the first the first step is to recognize that digitalization is a global movement. This means that no single nation can manage its opportunities or its challenges alone. Why? Because it has reflected on all of us worldwide. Here in Saudi Arabia, we have been involved in the past couple of years in efforts such as the G20 Digital Economy Working Group, which has been working on issues such as AI, ethics, and digital taxation. Secondly, in our Shura Council, needs to continue to actively engage in shaping international digital governance framework, and we can harmonize legislation across border to create compatible data privacy and data protection and cybersecurity standards. Another role for our Shura Council could be to ensure more inclusivity. This means providing better access to digital transformation and digital infrastructure in underserved regions within and across different countries. As we lawmaker, we can actually allocate essential resources to better prioritize investment in general. Also, the Shura Council should be better in protecting against the future impact of emerging technology by adopting legislation for that reason. Finally, I would just like to say that in doing so, our Shura Council can continue to serve as a bridge between government, civil society, and private sector and international bodies in the shaping of international digital government framework in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Isa, and I can also reflect on what you are saying, because we've seen it on a daily basis, all these governance kind of activities that we are facing or living in Saudi, including the personal data law, PDBL, there is the NDMO regulations, there is the ethical guidelines for performing AI, which is something that's been implemented in both private and public sectors. So this is really a reality that we are facing on a daily basis. And thank you so much for your input. Moving to you, Mrs. Kaiti, Argentina's focus on digital governance and regional collaboration is critical for Latin America. What role should the Argentinian parliament play in strengthening the cross-border digital policies?
Good afternoon. Well, I'm Argentinian, so I'm going to speak in Spanish. Fortunately, we have a translator. So, bueno, en un mundo que podríamos llamar tradicional, la cooperación internacional y regional es inhabitable. Cuando hablamos del mundo digital, en donde la interconexión está en su esencia, en su ADN, la cooperación no se puede imaginar sin cooperación regional y transnacional. Pero permítanme hacer una aclaración, porque cuando hablamos de mundo digital y de mundo real o de carne y hueso, en definitiva, la realidad es una sola. Son dos facetas de una misma realidad y hoy lo virtual es real. Entonces, esto no es una distinción meramente pedagógica o intelectual, sino que tiene implicancias fácticas, porque en definitiva implica que el ser humano sea el principio, fin y el centro de absolutamente todas nuestras acciones, independientemente de la faceta en la cual se mueve ese ser humano o en la cual se pongan en juego sus derechos humanos. Y en ese sentido, cuando vemos que al mundo que llamamos tradicional o histórico irrumpen las tecnologías y pasamos a este mundo digital, en definitiva es una transición de una etapa natural de la humanidad. Pensemos un poco en la revolución científica, Galileo Galilei, Copérnico, Newton, imaginémonos y nos traslademos en el tiempo la disrupción que fue en ese momento, el cambio de las relaciones sociales, económicas, la revolución cultural que implicó el Renacimiento o el Iluminismo, en donde había una visión de tipo antropocéntrica, en donde el ser humano era el eje de todo aquello que existía, la revolución industrial. Imagínense la brecha de desigualdad que se genera con la revolución industrial en materia de género, la diferencia entre el aspecto rural y las ciudades, las nuevas formas de producir y de relacionarse, la revolución en las TICs, tecnologías de la información y la comunicación, el telégrafo, la radio, la televisión, internet. Y ahora hablamos de una revolución digital, es decir, hablamos de cripto, IA, inteligencia artificial, computación cuántica. En definitiva, no tenemos que perder de vista que todas estas tecnologías son herramientas en beneficio de la humanidad. Y en ese sentido, y concretamente a lo que me decía sobre cuál es el rol que podemos tener los parlamentarios, creo que en primer lugar tenemos que desdramatizar la situación. Esto es una etapa más en la evolución de la humanidad que ha atravesado la humanidad en su momento. Imaginemos cuando llegó la revolución industrial. Entonces, o cualquiera de las revoluciones que señalé, y la humanidad salió adelante en la medida en que no pierda de vista el eje, que es la persona humana y la humanidad. En ese sentido debemos desdramatizar, entender, despojarnos de los prejuicios, de los preconceptos, de los miedos y de las visiones interesadas. Y entender que estos nuevos desafíos los vamos a co-construir, las soluciones todos juntos, sector privado, organizaciones de la sociedad civil, el sector público, tanto los ejecutivos como los parlamentarios, y la comunidad científica, la comunidad técnica y académica y el ciudadano. Nosotros desde que somos chicos y en la historia de la humanidad, en el mundo tradicional, aprendimos a ser ciudadanos de este mundo tradicional. Sin embargo, hoy todos, más allá de nuestra ciudadanía, Argentina, árabe, Noruega y la de todos, somos ciudadanos digitales, acá adentro y acá afuera. Entonces hay un rol fundamental en materia de educación. En definitiva, creo que los parlamentarios, primero, tenemos que despojarnos de estos preconceptos. Nosotros somos rule makers, es decir, hacemos las normas, y tenemos una gran ventaja que es el enforcement, es decir, podemos generar normas que generan derechos y obligaciones, pero tiene una limitación el ámbito territorial. Y ahí viene el segundo desafío de los legisladores, que es la cooperación. La cooperación a nivel local, regional e internacional. Finalmente, como rule makers que somos, no tenemos que olvidar que al hacer una norma, la norma tiene una ventaja, su carácter general, su estabilidad, la posibilidad de fijar políticas públicas, pero tiene una desventaja, el tiempo que nos lleva la elaboración de esas normas. Y las tecnologías avanzan y evolucionan constantemente, de manera tal que al pensar en frameworks, en regímenes legales, no tenemos que olvidar, es decir, debemos respetar la lógica de las tecnologías que pretendemos regular.
Wonderful. I really like what you're saying, that all these regulations need to be human-centered at the end, because we're all digital citizens at the end. Moving to this next, so we covered the first pillar, and we really have these great insights by our great panelists. Let's move to the second pillar, which will dive deep into the challenges that the Parliament face in actively contributing to the global digital governance frameworks. So I will start with Your Excellency, Mr. Arkashian. So Armenia works to expand and enhance its digital infrastructure environment. So what do you think the Armenian plans in supporting the extension of that infrastructure to enable the international connectivity?
Thank you. First, I'd like to reflect to what my colleague from Argentina just said about drama. I believe every industrial revolution brought drama with it, starting from the engines to the electricity, and then to the internet, and now AI. And the humanity should grow, and the technology will grow. We want it or not, but we should grow further. And of course, and drama comes with a lack of information or lack of knowledge, but we should not be afraid of being more digitalized or more smart and use more technologies. I think it creates more opportunities for every one of us, and especially for the future generations, to have more access to the health, to the information, as my colleague from Norway said, and be more free, have more rights. So coming to the infrastructure, thanks for the questions. Armenia has been a long time had a close border with the neighbor of Azerbaijan and another neighbor of Turkey, Turkey. So now we have had a new initiative, the Armenian government, which is called Crossroads of Peace. So in that concept, our proposal is to open all the roads and the railways that are blocked right now, and also include the connectivity pipelines, if we may say, which will go connect east with the west and the north with the south. Right now, there are large infrastructural projects happening in Armenia, and we think that connectivity and infrastructure will bring prosperity, as well as will bring stability and peace among all the countries. Also, it will connect international capacities with each other, the countries in the larger region, so they will have also their attention to our region. So this is the new and large initiatives, which I would like to also call our international partners to support and to also contribute, maybe have their businesses there, as it is, those are infrastructures that will also bring health and prosperity to the people and to the businesses as well. Another part of the connectivity projects is, of course, satellite communications, and which we already allocated the frequencies and gave the licenses to the private sector, so they can organize also satellite communication, internet communication. And it was, I very much agree with a friend, colleague from Norway, when he said about freedom of speech, but I would like to also add that digitization process helps the transparency of the bureaucracy of the countries, and it also helps prevention of the corruption. And doing business in the indexes rises with also a free internet and a free connectivity. And I think when my colleague from Pakistan said that many people are working through the internet and having their money as a freelancer, why do they do that? Because you provide them free internet, as well as you give them the public policy that gives them enough transparency and less bureaucracy to make their business in the right way. And this direction is also familiar for Armenia. We just adopted a law that gives privilege to the freelancers of just 1% of the revenue fee as a tax, and that's it. So it's very easy. You make your money, you pay 1% to the government, and that's it, and with one click. And the taxation system is all digitalized. Every business enjoys it, and of course the risk prevention is also artificial intelligence based, so it also helps the government to be transparent and free of corruption. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Indeed, prosperous infrastructure will definitely boost the digital economy. I 100% agree with you. Moving to you, Mrs. Bilbasha. So, given Pakistan's effort to implement its digital Pakistan vision and the challenges in regulatory, apologies, I'm just repeating the question, but let me rephrase it again. So Pakistan faces challenges such as an uneven digital adoption and cybersecurity threats. How can the Parliament address these obstacles to strengthen its role in global governance?
Thank you. Maybe I was not very clear, but I still feel what I said in the beginning is a base on which I will now make my argument. Pakistan faces a number of challenges in this digital age, and how we embrace them is also it's quite an effort, and it's a very delicate balance. Some of the important challenges that we are currently facing, I'll just tell you a few. The top is the cybersecurity threats that we face. Pakistan faces increasing cybersecurity, cyber attacks targeting critical infrastructure, including energy, banking, public services, and according to an estimate, spyware attacks in Pakistan witnessed an alarming surge in the first quarter of this current year, escalating by a staggering 300% just in this year, compared to the same period in 2023. So there is a signal that there is a growing menace of espionage and data infiltration. So the thing is that most of these, about 22% of these detected high severity incidents are recorded in the government sector, followed by the IT companies, and then closely followed by financial institutions and industries and so on and so forth. So our biggest challenge is to counter these cybersecurity threats, and Pakistan has risen to the Tier 1 role modeling rating and is now amongst the top 40 countries in the Global Cybersecurity Index. So we are making progress, and this has been issued by the ITU. So it's a notable improvement from our position, which was about 79th position a few years ago. So this advancement reflects that Pakistan is dedicated to strengthening its cybersecurity. And then we also have problems with data privacy and governance. We have had an absence of comprehensive personal data protection. And we felt how it left citizens quite vulnerable. So the need pushed the Parliament to legislate on it. It is this Personal Data Protection Act is an act that we have been working on for the past many months, and it is now almost in the final stages of being made an act. It's going to be passed. We also have surveillance concerns and unregulated data collection. That also requires parliamentary intervention. We have a lot of data. Currently, we have regulations regarding data protection. I won't bore you with the long list. But then I'll come to the third greatest challenge we have, which is, of course, the digital divide. There is a digital divide in the world. There is a digital divide within countries. So in case of Pakistan also, we are not all, all of Pakistan is not digitally connected equally. So there is a great divide. And that is, of course, based on areas that are hard to reach, then the political environments that exist in those areas, of course. Then we also have our, the legal environments, we have political environments, we have our social issues. So in terms of Pakistan, this is one of the key areas that we are now going to be addressing, So I'll tell you a few things that we are going to be doing currently. We're going to be we're going to start auctioning our 5G spectrum very soon. Our 4G network coverage is now almost 80%, 81%. And that has risen to 81% in 2024. Our average broadband connection speed is improved much better than what it was last year. And then our exports have now risen to 3.25 billion. And now this is where we get an idea of how IT can help a staggering economy. And this is again where the youth come in. Because this is, my colleague here was mentioning how, governments create environments for the youth to make this difference. But in Pakistan's case, they have made us realize, and they have pushed us to, take a part in active, policy making to help them. So I will not take the credit away from them. Also then the AI. AI needs to be regulated, and especially in countries like ours where political environments are quite, can be hostile, and we as a nation are very emotional. We do not hesitate to take to the streets in minutes, and then we find out later that the news was fake.
Yeah.
So in order to avoid this, we are in the process of, Pakistan is amongst the few countries which are actively working on regulating the use of AI. And in this regard, we have tabled a bill titled the Regulation of Artificial Intelligence Bill 2024, which is being introduced, and it's being debated. So we will, inshallah, make our first artificial intelligence policy, and we will announce it by early 2025. So these are some of the issues that we face, and the others, I mean, there are a host of issues, but the others are, maybe I can, somehow touch upon them.
But I think there are many great steps have been taken. I think starting with the Data Foundation by doing some sort of regulation. And maybe this is a topic, if we really have time later on, we could touch base on how do you manage between extreme regulation and also innovation, because some regulation might impede steps in innovation. But maybe this is in a later discussion. I will need to move to you, Mr. Gjelsvik, to talk more about what sort of challenges that you face in Norway, and what are the steps that have been taken to face them.
Well, thank you so much. And I think we must acknowledge the challenges parliaments face in digital governance. One major challenge is the rapid pace of technological change. Legislators often struggle to keep up, leading to outdated policies. Another challenge is the lack of technical experience. Many parliamentarians do not have background in digital technologies. This can make it hard to understand and also address complex issues. This gap can hinder effective legislation. Balancing national interest with global cooperation is also a challenge. We must protect our citizens and economies while working together to create international frameworks. This requires balance and also compromises. To overcome these challenges, we must invest in capacity building. Parliamentarians need the knowledge and tools to address digital issues. We must foster a culture of continuous learning and collaboration, both within our parliaments and internationally. Norway is committed to ensuring the internet development sustainably. We believe the IGF should remain a vital platform for open dialogue on internet governance. We are also committed to working against internet shutdowns and protecting the right to information and freedom of speech. Our new Electronic Communication Act in Norway strengthens security and consumer rights. This legislation ensures our digital infrastructure is secure and protects consumer rights, reflecting our commitment to a safe and inclusive digital environment. And I will also say additionally, the Norwegian government is working on a strategy particularly directed strengthening the resilience in our population against disinformation. This strategy highlights that fighting disinformation requires working together for a strong democracy where citizens have access to correct and reliable information that promotes freedom and diversity of expression. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable Maria, so Namibia faces the challenges of bridging the digital divide, which is something we've just touched base with it with Mrs. Pulvasha. How do you see the parliaments in Namibia basically looking into the issues, solving these issues within Namibia?
Thank you very much. Namibia, like many other countries, also face challenges, but we are solving them step by step. Number one, bridging the digital divide. Rural and underserved areas often lack strong connectivity, but Namibia is tackling this through projects like National Broadband Policy, which aims to ensure that internet access reaches the most remote communities. This is not just about infrastructure, it's about giving every citizen a fair chance to participate in the digital economy. Number two, staying ahead of emerging technologies. Digital literacy is a key. Technologies like artificial intelligence, software that can think and learn, and blockchain, a secure way of managing digital data, are becoming central to global systems. Namibia's parliament is catching up quickly by prioritizing ICT skills and training programs, ensuring lawmakers and citizens alike understand and embrace these innovations. Number three, representation on global platforms. Namibia may not yet be as loud as others in the global conversation, but our presence is growing. Events like this one allow Namibia to share its success and learn from global leaders. Participation is our strength, and we are providing that we belong at the table. Challenges are not setbacks, they are opportunities to innovate. Namibia is taking steady strides, and our parliament is well positioned to shape governance. Frameworks that are both globally relevant and locally impactful. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Moving to you, Dr. Isa. And I think the Saudi Arabia Ambitious Vision 2030 aims for digital leadership. But we see cybersecurity and data privacy remain key focuses at the time being. So how do you see the Shura Council will help to manage these priorities?
Thank you, Najwa. And to address this question, let's break it down into key points. Firstly, the incredible speed of changing technology has made it harder for legislative bodies to keep pace, especially when addressing issues around technology concepts such as AI or blockchain. Therefore, the Shura Council has already trained on all aspects of digital governance. This way, we are giving equal priority to all three aspects: digital leadership, data privacy, and cybersecurity. Secondly, since global coordination is complex to achieve, and it's one of the main reasons why we are all sitting here today. Different countries have different priorities, but by coming together like today, we can figure out and see the best way to balance the priorities of digital leadership, cybersecurity, and data privacy. This is something actually Saudi Arabia has already been working on by hosting events such as Global Cybersecurity Forum, and also Global Artificial Intelligence Summit, where voices from across the country, over the world, brought together to discuss the future of emerging technology. Thirdly, one major challenge is as my colleague said, is the lack of coordination between the government and the parliament. To address this, the Shura Council is still working closely with the government ministries to develop digital policies under Saudi Vision 2030. Actually, we have already created, signed, passed, and implemented 13 regulation laws related to government, related to governing the internet and information technology, such as personal data protection law, anti-cyber crime law, and also telecommunication and information technology law. We have also we have also passed and implemented more than 24 international memorandums on information technology. We are proud to say that Saudi Arabia currently ranks 5th globally out of 140 countries for the speed of its internet. And we were #1 in the global cybersecurity rank in 2024. Finally, Saudi Arabia was ranked as the 2nd in communication and IT development index, which issued by the ITU in 2024. This is something we are extremely proud of, as we feel it shows our ability to effectively balance the priority of digital leadership, cybersecurity, and data privacy. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing that. Finally, moving to you, Mrs. Kaiti. Argentina efforts in digital inclusion and the broadband expansion are promising, but resources constraints persist. How can the Parliament address these challenges?
Bien, es bastante difícil hablar después de mis colegas que han tenido intervenciones tan profundas y tan certeras, pero en general en Argentina, como en muchos otros países, enfrentamos desafíos locales, otros regionales y otros transfronterizos o internacionales. Quisiera nombrar cinco de ellos recapitulando, pero antes de eso empezar con uno de ellos, que es la brecha digital que nombraron mis colegas parlamentarios. Y empezar con un ejemplo. Yo soy de Argentina, de una provincia de Argentina al norte, no de capital del centro, sino una provincia que es bastante pobre, al norte limitando con Bolivia, en donde tenemos chicos en áreas rurales que no tienen acceso a Internet, como es la realidad de muchos chicos del hemisferio sur. y entonces hay una política del gobierno de la provincia de Salta que lidera el doctor Gustavo Sáenz y que hace poco entregamos antenas digitales para la conexión a internet de esos niños rurales. Esas antenas digitales fueron a lomo de burro cruzando el río hasta las escuelas. Esas antenas digitales en algún momento las instalamos y pudimos ver el Mundial. Afortunadamente ganó Argentina, así que además de conexión digital y la posibilidad de ver el Mundial, a nuestros chicos les pudimos dar la alegría. Pero es very crazy, muy loco que una antena de conexión digital tenga que cruzar a lomo de burro un río, porque nuestros chicos van caminando o a lomo de burro a sus escuelas. Digo, esta es la realidad a nivel mundial. Si tengo que ver cuáles son los nombres, de ahí sigo con brecha, cuáles son estos desafíos. Claramente la desinformación que además esto cuando se arraiga es muy peligroso. Pensemos lo que pasaba con el COVID, ¿sí? La ciberseguridad, cada vez hay más ataques, pero además con mayor precisión, con mayor performance, y eso requiere de habilidades técnicas de personas que no están preparadas en el mundo. No tenemos la capacidad ni que pensar en el hemisferio sur, en Latinoamérica y en Argentina. La brecha entre los trabajadores se vio en la revolución industrial y ahora también, obviamente, en la digital, entre trabajadores que requieren mayores habilidades y por lo tanto la necesidad de capacitarse específicamente en esto, la brecha de género, ¿sí? La brecha en el acceso a la tecnología, primero a la infraestructura. Entonces pensemos que en el mundo 1 de cada 3 personas está desconectado. No existe. Y yo decía al principio de mi exposición que lo virtual es real, está desconectado de la realidad, ¿sí? 1 de cada 3. Pero además de eso, en el caso de América Latina y Argentina, es 1 de cada 2. Pensemos que somos 6 expositores, si es 1 cada 3, significa que solo tendríamos 4, pero además lo más probable que las que tengamos mala conexión seamos María de Namibia, África y yo, que soy de Latinoamérica, porque además de estar en el hemisferio sur, somos mujeres. Esa es la realidad que existe hoy en el mundo, un mundo en que, como decía, 1 de cada 3 está desconectado, en mi país 1 de cada 2. Piensen ustedes alrededor, miren a su derecha o a su izquierda, o están desconectados y no están en este momento, o el de su derecha o su izquierda no está, y si está tiene mala conexión, no tiene un traductor que pueda entender lo que estoy diciendo en castellano porque no tiene las habilidades. Entonces, ese es el problema de la brecha digital. Además, a eso se suma la brecha de edad. Es decir, las personas de la tercera edad, 60 años en adelante, según la zona, está desconectada también. Digo, existen grandes desafíos en materia de brecha digital y creo que es fundamental que podamos reducirla. No es nueva. Cada una de las revoluciones que nombré al principio generaron estas brechas, algunas se acrecentaron, no pudimos superarla y ahora las profundizamos. Creo que la salida a esto sin duda va a ser la cooperación internacional. Y solo para nombrarlo y no extenderme, los desafíos que nombraba, la desinformación, la manipulación en la información que pone en riesgo las democracias, la ciberseguridad. Si no tenemos gobernanza de datos, no tenemos ciberseguridad, no vamos a tener gobernanza de IA. No podemos hablar de IA segura y responsable si no tenemos gobernanza de datos. Las brechas digitales que nombré, el impacto ambiental de la innovación digital. Es algo que también tenemos que abordar y también tenemos una enorme oportunidad porque la IA permite también avanzar en la reducción de su impacto ambiental. Y finalmente, bueno, lo que nombramos sobre la privacidad de datos, que es fundamental. Pensemos que los ciudadanos, todos, entregamos nuestros datos, no sabemos a quién, a empresas que monetizan esos datos. Y fíjense si, por ejemplo, si yo les dijera ahora que todos nosotros le vamos a entregar nuestros celulares, nuestros datos médicos, gustos, compras, tarjeta de crédito, todo, a Naja, a cualquiera de ustedes o al Estado. ¿Qué dirían? Una ley que diga eso. Parecería una locura. Bueno, eso está pasando actualmente. Todos los ciudadanos nos estamos despojando de nuestros datos, están siendo monetizados y por un clic, porque si no quedas fuera del sistema. En ese sentido es que creo que no tenemos que tenerle miedo a la regulación. La regulación no es prohibición, no es impedimento, al contrario, es condición necesaria para un desarrollo sostenible y sustentable, inclusivo y democrático. Gracias.
Thank you so much, Maria. And Pamela, sorry. So I see really there are many common challenges that have been mentioned across different countries. Just to be cautious of time, I'm going to skip one of the pillars that we wanted to discuss today, and we will move to the great news that Norway will host next IGF in June 2025. So this is a question to you, Mr. Gjelsvik. What do you see the actionable outcomes that should emerge for Parliament from this IGF?
Well, thank you so much. As Norway prepares to host the next IGF in June 2025, I envision actionable outcomes that empowers parliaments. We need capacity building programs for parliamentarians. These programs should enhance digital literacy, understanding of emerging technologies, and skills to address digital challenges. We should establish a global network of parliamentarians dedicated to digital governance, I think. This network would facilitate continuous dialogue, knowledge sharing, and collaboration. By working together, we can harmonize legislation, address common challenges, and promote best practices. We should focus on creating actionable policy recommendations. These should address key issues like cyber security, data privacy, digital inclusion, and the ethical use of technology. I hope the next IGF will foster stronger partnership between parliaments and other stakeholders. These partnerships are essential for a cohesive and inclusive digital future. Norway will work to uphold freedom of expression, equality, media diversity, and resilience against disinformation. We also aim to promote an international legal order in the digital space. Let us ensure that the next IGF builds on our progress and drive meaningful change. Our new Electronic Communication Act in Norway includes provision for broadband access for all. This legislation ensures everyone in Norway has access to a functional internet and that our digital infrastructure is robust and secure. The recent adoption of the landmark resolution on the impact of AI on democracy, human rights, and the rule of law at the EPU Assembly in Geneva highlights the importance of a responsible AI governance. The resolution calls for transparency, accountability, and the protection of human rights in AI development. It emphasizes the need to address AI-driven misinformation, gender-based violence, and economic inequalities. These principles should guide our efforts as we move forward. 2025 is a special year for the Internet Governance Forum. It marks the 20th anniversary of the IGF, and the year the UN will review the forum's mandate. The event in Norway will celebrate the global multi-stakeholder model of Internet governance and set the course for its future organization. I'm pleased that the UN has awarded Norway the hosting of IGF in 2025, showing trust in our ability to bring together the global community for important discussions about the Internet's future role. Open discussions about Internet governance and close international cooperation are crucial to ensuring the Internet remains open, safe, and free for everyone. As the host country, Norway will facilitate an inclusive forum where governments, the private sector, civil society, academia, technical experts, and international and intergovernmental organizations can exchange knowledge and viewpoints. Together we will address the challenges we face. This multi-stakeholder model is the cornerstone of the IGF and the global internet governance. Today, the internet is one of the world's most important infrastructures. And it's governed through a multi-stakeholder model where all relevant parties collectively handle its challenges and governance. And Norway wants this governance model to be preserved and strengthened in the United Nations. Having participated in the IGF last year in Japan and now here in Riyadh this year, I also look forward to contribute to next year's IGF, which Norway will host in June 2025, and I all welcome you warmly to Norway next June. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. We all look forward to IGF 2025 in Norway. Now it's time for a reflection session. So I would gonna ask all our great parliaments who are with us today to give us a one actionable step that you think your parliament can take to strengthen the global digital governance. Starting with you, Your Excellency.
Thank you. Of course, it's difficult after this very fruitful discussion to come up with one action item. I think, as my colleague just announced, IGF 2025 in Norway, we are going to participate to that with the delegation from the Parliament, and we'll do contributions to that. I think this is first that come to my mind. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mrs. Belvasha.
Could you kindly repeat?
So basically, if there is any actionable outcome, one actionable outcome that you think from the discussion that we have today, that you think your parliament can take to strengthen the global digital governance?
I feel my esteemed colleague from Norway has made a very, it's a point we need to ponder upon.
If you can just raise the microphone.
Maybe we should have a collaboration between all the parliaments and have a global forum for enhancement of in facilitating global digital governance and enact laws that go hand in hand together and foster collaboration, contributing to international dialogue towards that goal. I feel such a forum would be very productive, and it would go a long way in removing most of the hurdles that we have when we communicate with each other's parliaments, which we do, like Pakistan is part of many legal and legislative initiatives for alignment with global standards. But if such a forum comes into being, I think many things will be streamlined.
Great, thanks so much. What about you? What do you think the one actionable outcome that you wanted or steps that your parliament can take?
I just want to add one thing. I think it's very important to have cooperation between different partners and keep this multi-stakeholder model. And of course, it's important to have partnership with private sector, technical community, civil society, and also international organization. But I want to add one more thing that haven't been said so long. One successful initiative for us is our collaboration with youth leaders, and engaging with young people in the digital sphere has provided valuable insights. So this ensures our policies reflect their needs and aspirations. So I hope also for the next year IGF that we will engage and collaborate a lot with the youth leaders. Thank you.
Wonderful. Honorable Maria, is there any thoughts you would like to share?
Yeah, thank you very much. We are learning from global examples, and we are going to adapting strategy that makes sense for us, whether it is expanding ICT infrastructure, supporting startup, or empowering rural communities. Namibia is providing some that small nation can dream it. If we can have a budget for digital training, it will be good for us in Namibia.
Thank you so much, Dr. Isa.
Thank you, Najwa. Actually, from my opinion, collaboration can only work if all stakeholders believe in one shape, in one shared vision. So I suggest we need to work together and define a clear and transparent dialogue mechanism. Let me give you one example of that. We could create national digital transformation councils which would bring together parliamentarians and representatives from different sectors and from different countries to align on the necessary policies and implemented the strategies. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Khaliti, your thoughts?
Ok. Para concluir, quisiera transmitir un mensaje sencillo, claro, pero directo, que se basa en 4 preguntas con 4 posibles respuestas. ¿Qué? ¿Cómo? ¿Quién? ¿Y para qué? ¿Qué? Creo que es necesario un framework, un marco normativo general para las tecnologías que respete la lógica de esas tecnologías, pero que tenga al ser humano y a la humanidad como centro. ¿Cómo? Sin duda, lo que nombraron mis colegas, a través de cooperación regional, cooperación internacional. Creo que IGF es un claro ejemplo de una plataforma global, abierta, multipartidaria, transparente, en donde se unen todas las voces de los distintos sectores para lograr soluciones a los desafíos. Quiero destacar también el enorme trabajo de Parliamentary Track y del equipo que lleva este Parliamentary Track en el IGF, que permite que los parlamentarios podamos discutir ideas, buenas prácticas, normativa, para poder fortalecer las capacidades para enfrentar estos desafíos. Dije qué, cómo, quién, todas las voces involucradas. Entonces ahí tenemos al sector privado, claramente, a la academia, los técnicos, el sector público, y ahí no solo los ejecutivos, sino los parlamentarios, y el ejemplo de Parliamentary Track, a las organizaciones de la sociedad civil y a la ciudadanía en general. Y finalmente, ¿para qué? Que es quizás lo más importante, el principio y fin de todo esto, que todas las tecnologías, independientemente de cuál se tengan, sean herramientas a favor de la humanidad, en donde el ser humano, sus derechos, su dignidad, sean el norte, sean la luz que ilumine cada una de las acciones que realicemos.
Thank you so much. I noticed that most of you have been actually highlighting the world collaboration. So in few minutes, if you can, just dive deep into how do you have or how do you implement strategies that could foster collaboration through the Parliament. Starting with you, Your Excellency, as we see that Armenian has a growing digital ecosystem, if you could just quickly highlight how do you encourage such a partnership and collaboration?
I think we have 2 main collaborative bodies in Armenia. One is the Science and Technology Development Advisory Council to the Prime Minister, to the head of the government, and I am the leader of the executive committee in that body. Yeah. I'm a parliamentarian. I mean, we basically, the thing is that there is also a gap between the government and the parliament. Yeah. Of course, we work in the same country even. However, the ministries, for example, Ministry of High-Tech Industries, all the full job is technology and digitization. In the parliament, it's legislative work. Yeah. It's in general. And that's it. We might lack of knowledge, we might lack of information, we might lack of different kind of things, which creates some gaps between these 2 bodies. And we created this advisory council that engaged 2 parliamentarians. One is the vice speaker and another one the head of the commission. The second one is, and also we have their scientists, entrepreneurs, different kind of technology company leaders who are also bringing in their experience into which is the strategic future of the country, like the government programs that will be implemented. It's strategic. Right. And the second one is, of course, digitization and internet, where we have Internet Governance Council, where it is also created by the Prime Minister, and the parliamentarians, for the industry experts, everyone is there, and the regulatory and also the ministry is also there. And these are the two main bodies. One is science and technology, another one is connectivity and internet governance. So these are the two bodies who are giving us a look to the future and a strategic point of view.
Oh, great, thank you
you
so much. What about you, Mrs. Pilbasha? If you could highlight how do you foster the collaboration between government and stakeholders within the parliament?
You see, we are already adopting global frameworks, as I said. We are also into regional collaboration. For example, the SAARC countries, South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, we participate in SAARC initiatives to harmonize our trade, environmental, and technology laws. Similarly, I'll give you an example. We are also part of the China's Belt and Road Initiative, and Pakistan ensures legal compatibility in areas such as digital trade and investor protection. Furthermore, we also collaborate with the regional partners to address challenges related to cross-border data flow. We also ensure our participation in, of course, international forums such as this under the United Nations and the World Economic Forum, also the very important Financial Action Task Force. We also have extradition treaties. That's very interesting for the extradition of cyber criminals. We have mutual legal assistance agreements. We have our training programs for capacity building. But in the Pakistani parliament, we have a tradition of having caucuses and friendship groups. For example, other than my responsibilities as a legislator, I also head the friendship group for Argentina. So all of us have a friendship group. Similarly, if there is an initiative, we could perhaps form a caucus for collaborating on digital issues with the rest of the world. Let's say we are already, it's a tested experiment as far as SAARC is concerned, which is quite a big body. We have many important, huge countries of the South Asian region. So we could expand it, and so could others, and we could have mutual agreements with other parliaments, and that's not very difficult. I mean, my colleague from Armenia knows it's fairly easy for the speaker or the chairman of a Senate or a parliament to initiate this.
Right.
And then when it gets initiated, it's fairly above bureaucratic controls. Parliament is above bureaucratic controls, and Parliament can take an initiative without going through the lengthy procedures. So and I would go back and advise my own chairman of the Senate to try and form such a forum and then reach out to all the countries that are represented in Pakistan at least.
Thank you for sharing that. Mr. Yalsvik, how Parliament manage the partnership, the collaboration between the private and the public sector in your country?
Yeah, thank you, and I think it's a very important question, and it's very essential that we could have a greater collaboration between parliaments and the stakeholders. And I think also that we must establish some formal mechanisms for dialogue and cooperation. For example, some regular meeting points or working groups, and perhaps also some collaborative projects that can bring together parliamentarians, industry experts, and civil society in common projects. These platforms allow us to share knowledge, discuss challenges, and develop solutions together. So I think that is very important question here at the end to discuss how we can develop this kind of cooperation. And like my colleague from Pakistan just mentioned, regional cooperation is also very important. And the Nordic countries has a long tradition in our region to have working together on digital issues. And the regional approach can serve as a model for other parts of the world as well, and not just only the Nordic countries, but we also have a lot of cooperation with the Baltic countries. So in our region, it's very important to have this kind of cooperation. But also, of course, on the international level, and we also take part in European cooperation and also follow the discussion is inside the European Union about new legislation and also adopt it in Norway. And finally, Norway is, of course, very dedicated, as I always have pointed out, to improve the multi-stakeholder model. And the internet is crucial for businesses, and we aim to promote the Norwegian industry also into this cooperation. So keep to the multi-stakeholder model, but I think it's very important to have some tools and also have some cooperation, some working group that make some progress between these forums. That is very important every year. Thank you.
100% agree. To you, Honorable Maria, we haven't touched base on the entrepreneurship. So how do you do this in your parliament? How do you manage to foster the collaboration between the private sector, inventors, and entrepreneurship just to boost the digital entrepreneurship?
Thank you. Here's the good news. Namibia already has some of the building blocks in place, like number one, public-private partnership. Namibia's startup ecosystem is growing, driven by young, innovative entrepreneurs. Parliament can strengthen this by creating policies that support digital businesses like tax incentives, grants, and easier regulatory pathways. Like in South Africa, innovation hubs have shown how public-private collaboration can create jobs and solutions. Namibia can take this approach even further. Number two, inclusive policy making. Strong digital governance comes from listening to everyone. Every citizen, businesses, and civil society. Namibia's Access to Information Act lays the groundwork for inclusive decision making. Imagine town halls or digital consultation where people even in remote region can voice their concern and ideas. Investing in digital education. Namibia has already prioritized ICT in schools, but we can go further by fostering partnership with global organizations like the AU or the UNESCO digital literacy programs, ensuring young Namibians understand tools like AI and cybersecurity doesn't just prepare them for jobs, it prepares them to lead. Lastly, we must remember that governance creates trust. Innovation is exciting, but it can be risky. Strong laws and collaborative efforts ensure that digital tools save people, not exploiting them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we have only 1 minute left in this session. We'd like to quickly hear your thoughts, Dr. Isa, about the international collaboration that the Shura could do, that can foster the collaboration with international organizations for the digital frameworks.
Thank you so much, Najwa. Well, we can continue to create new strategies, actually, and I would say that most important one would be to build on the foundation of current and new trust-based partnerships. Actually, here in Saudi Arabia, under our digital government strategies, We have adopted collaboration between the private sector and public institution, develop more effective smart services. And movement to global level, we can help parliaments talk about their priorities in forums such as the United Nations Global Digital Compact, which we are already a part of it. Also, we actually would like to learn more from frameworks for emerging challenges, such as Europe Union General Data Protection, the GDP regulation, and also the African Union Digital Transformation Strategy, and last but not least, from the Asian Pacific Economic Cooperation Digital Economy. All of these initiatives actually involve input from business, government, and technical communities, and will ensure a more balanced and inclusive approach as we go forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. A final thought, Mrs. Kaiti, before we wrap up. A final thought on what would be collaboration, what would be the role of the parliaments to foster the collaboration with governments and locals?
Bien, sin duda el camino es el marco colaborativo de cooperación. En el caso de Argentina tenemos un enorme trabajo que realizar hacia adentro. Argentina es un país federal que está formado por distintos estados y debemos armonizar nuestra legislación hacia adentro. En el marco colaborativo, armonizar nuestra normativa con la región, fortalecer los vínculos bilaterales en los grupos de amistad que tenemos en el Parlamento, como nombraba mi colega de Pakistán. Este año se hizo en Argentina un Parliament Track en la que los parlamentarios discutieron estas normas, buenas prácticas, y sin duda el marco de IGF y de Parliamentary Track es ese ámbito donde los parlamentarios podemos encontrarnos y podemos discutir estas políticas y mejorar estas capacidades para los desafíos. Un diálogo además plural, como es IGF, en donde estemos representados todos, ¿no? Sector privado, la academia, científicos, técnicos, sector público, ejecutivo y los parlamentarios, y las organizaciones, la sociedad civil y los ciudadanos en general.
Wonderful. I think it was a discussion or a session that it is full of a very insightful discussions, thoughts and ideas. It's wonderful to hear and see what's going on in every country. It's very nice to see there are many common I would say steps across these different countries. But again, this is the time to close. So as we close, I extend my heartfelt thanks to our panelists for their thoughtful contribution and for our audience for your engagement. So today we've discussed the critical role of parliaments in shaping a secure and inclusive digital future, the challenges they face, and the strategy for collaboration. On behalf of the IGF 2024, thank you once again for your dedication to shaping a better digital future. We look forward to seeing the progress that we will achieve, inshallah, together. Thank you so much, and thank you for the audience.
Good afternoon, and welcome to this session on the internet we want. We are having two online speakers too, but today we are represented by the leadership panel by a few people. We have our chair, Mr. Vint Cerf. He's the chair of the leadership panel. He's also a co-designer of TCP and IP protocols and architecture of the internet, and he's vice president and chief internet evangelist at Google. I know he doesn't need a lot of presentation, but I like to do it anyway. We should also have Mr. Hatem Dovidar, Group CEO of eAnd. We have in the room Mrs. Maria Fernanda Garza, who's CEO of Orestia, and she's also the International Chamber of Commerce Honorary Chair. We have Mr. Gebenga Cezanne, Executive Director of Paradigm Initiative. And I'm Lise Fuhr, also CEO of Xi'an and member of the leadership panel. I can see we have Vint Cerf online now to do his opening remarks of this session. Over to you, Vint. We don't have a sound yet. Anyone can help with the sound? We are still not hearing anything, Vint. Can you hear us? Yes, okay. But anyone in IT can help us? This is the internet we're trying to test. Let's give it a minute. They're working on the issue. But let's hope they solve it very quickly. It looks like Hatem and Vint can hear each other. That's good. You can have your own little conversation on the internet we want. Yeah. Okay, so they are asking you to write some of the opening remarks, but that's a bit. No, okay.
If they speak, they can transfer.
Ah, okay, good. So, Vint, I'm told that the transcription is recording what you're saying. So you can start speaking, and then we can read your overview of your opening remarks.
I would like to do that. I'm also...
Now we can hear you.
Oh, okay. For a moment I was getting double echo, but if you can hear me, I will start. We're hearing the translation that's coming over audio online for some reason. I'm not sure which language. It might be Arabic.
Russian. We can hear you, Vint, now, so you should start your opening remarks.
Thank you. So let me tell you that I got a question from an Argentinian reporter this morning who said, you've been meeting for almost 20 years now. Why do you have to keep on meeting? And why haven't you solved the problem of internet governance? And it occurred to me that the internet is not a static thing. So it's not like a problem that's fixed and you work out a solution done. The internet is a very dynamic and evolving system. Every one of you in this room and those of you who are online are well aware of the fact that the internet needs continuous attention, both from the technical point of view and from the governance point of view. And hence the IGF is essential as a continuous process for observing the internet and seeing what governance needs it has in all of its dimensions. So we need technical governance, we need legal governance, we need policy, we need governance with regard to economic and behavioral practices. There are a broad range of governance issues that need to be addressed. And of course, the internet has brought substantial social and economic benefits around the world. We recognize that about a third of the world's population doesn't have direct access. And we recognize that there are harmful things that happen online that we have to address, which is why, for example, the Global Digital Compact was discussed, debated, and adopted not very long ago. The thing that we are looking for more than anything is a robust and reliable internet that's safe to use and which has boundary conditions on behaviors that might be harmful. We need accountability in this environment. And we need, for all of the countries of the world that are hosting portions of the internet, to have an understanding of how well or how poorly the internet is serving the needs of their population. So we need measures of performance, and you will find from the leadership panel and the Internet We Want considerations that we are looking for ways to measure our progress in making the internet a safer and more functional place for everyone. The ecosystem is very broad in the internet. It ranges from the technical community to do standards to operating companies that run various parts of the internet's infrastructure, all the way up to applications, of which there are literally now millions. And all of those need attention. And the last point I will make, and I will ask you to attend the stock-taking ceremony, or the stock-taking session coming up tomorrow, and that is that we need funding in order for the Internet Governance Forum to persist. So Lisa, those are my opening remarks. I hope that those of you attending will come away appreciating that there is important work to be done by the IGF and by the national and regional IGFs and the leadership panel and the multi-stakeholder advisory group. And we invite all of you to engage in making this internet the internet we all want. Thanks very much for your time. Lisa, back to you.
Thank you, Vint. I would like to remind all of us that our terms of reference as a leadership panel had 4 responsibilities. One was to provide strategic input and advice on IGF. We should promote IGF and its output, but also support both high-level and large stakeholder engagement in the IGF and fundraising, and also the exchanges of IGF output from the forum with other stakeholders. So I think this is part of the strategic input we would like to give to IGF and to all the stakeholders and to the internet community and the world as such. I think we should be ambitious with this, and I hope you will take it in that spirit. With us, we have the leadership panel members, and we have set 5 areas for the internet we want. And one of the first areas, I will give the floor to Hatem Dovidar to present what we mean with whole and open. Over to you, Hatem.
Hello, everyone. Pleasure to be with you now. I wish it was in person. So when we talk about the internet being whole and open, it means that we want to have it accessible to people across the globe. And this means that this is really a multi-stakeholder work that needs to be done between the private sector, companies that build infrastructures, ISPs, telecom companies, and also governments and regulators to ensure first that the ability to connect people, also to make it affordable. And in many countries we see programs now like universal service funds that help connect the people and provide what we call social tariffs that allows everybody to connect. And also to have the internet as open as possible, while of course preserving safety of children and other things that also is part of the discussion that we have in the Internet Governance Forum and also other forums that are related. So it is very important because the internet now has become so essential to the life of everyone around the globe. So it's in the current geopolitics, it's become more and more hard to keep it whole, as we see a lot of countries have put walls on the internet there. And as part of this policy, we really urge the world that we have one open and whole internet, but at the same time preserving safety online for children and safety from bullying and otherwise. So I hope that, I was asked to only speak for 2 minutes. We can speak for a lot more, but I hand over to my colleagues to continue the discussion.
Thank you, Hatem. Over to Gebenga to talk about universal and inclusive.
Thank you. I think that builds naturally on what Hatem was saying in terms of being, we need everyone to have access. And I think the numbers speak for themselves. 2.5 plus billion people are still not connected. And out of the number who are connected, there are some who have been disconnected, either because there is an internet shutdown or because there are infrastructural challenges that prevent them from getting access. And I think the good news is now we have the Global Digital Compact, which has set a target of 2030. But we need to, this is the end of 2024, so we have 6 years to connect a third of the world. And there are many ways that we can do that. But I think it's also important for us to know that there is a price to pay for either being unconnected or disconnected. I always use the example of what happened during COVID. As the world began to recover, some people went back to school online, some people went back to remote work, some people went online to connect with different people, even during the lockdowns. But those who didn't have internet access were waiting for the world to start again. And that was a sad place to be, because others had resumed school, but you were waiting for schools to open physically. Others had gone back to their businesses, but you were still thinking maybe the world will come back again and we can trade in person. So this is a challenge, and I think that period, showed us also it's not just about education, it's not just about businesses, it's also about healthcare services. There are many places across the world, especially in the global majority world, where we do not have enough doctors, and we may never have enough doctors per 1,000 people. And in that case, what you need is digital connectivity so people can have access to life-saving opportunities. So I believe that the reason why we say this must be universal and why it must be inclusive is because we have a lot of work cut out for us. And now we have an end date, December 31, 2030, 2.5 plus billion people that we must connect.
Thank you very much, Gebenga. I will hand over to Maria Fernanda to discuss a free-flowing and trustworthy internet.
Thank you, Liz. What this characteristic aims to highlight is that the cross-border data flows are the lifeblood of the modern digital economy, driving everything from cloud services and remote work to telemedicine, distance learning, and even the fight against cybercrime. Data flows also hold an immense potential for advancing the Sustainable Development Goals, enabling activities that range from fraud prevention to the management of the global supply chains. This potential can only be realized if trust is at the core of how we govern these data flows. Unfortunately, a growing lack of trust is undermining confidence in cross-border data transfers. Concerns about privacy, national security, and industrial competitiveness are driving a rise in data localization and sovereignty measures. These fragmented approaches threaten the scale, efficiency, and innovation that the free flow of data enables. And at the same time, they create barriers that risk hampering global development and economic growth. So to rebuild these trusts, we must prioritize international collaboration across governments, businesses, and all multi-stakeholders communities. And this means adopting a human-centric policies that protect privacy and consumer rights at the same time that they enable data to flow freely for societal and economic benefit. So policymakers must ensure that privacy laws are risk-based, transparent, and proportional, while at the same time embrace privacy-enhancing technologies like end-to-end encryption. The IGF offers a vital space to build consensus, share practices, and establish interoperable frameworks that facilitate data flows without compromising the open global nature of the internet. So by countering data privacy and human rights in our policy making and fostering trust through collaboration, we can unlock the immense value of data for sustainable development.
Thank you, Maria Fernanda. Over to Gebenga again to discuss a safe and secure internet.
I think those words are they speak for themselves. We are trying to connect people to the internet. We're trying to get people to get opportunities. But at the same time, we're not ignorant of the fact that there are bad actors. And there are things, especially because it's a global internet, there are things that happen across borders, there are things that happen within borders. So there's an important task ahead of us to make sure that different countries, different regions, and across the world, we talk about cybersecurity. We talk about making sure that when people go online, that they are safe, especially children. I've got 2 children, 6 and 9. Every time they go online, I definitely make sure that it is not the day they are going to come in touch with something that could change the trajectory of their lives, because it's a bad actor. You prepare them for that, but this is only in family units. We need to do this on a larger scale to make sure there's safety and there's security. Of course, that means that there are legal provisions we need to consider. That means that various countries need to look at their existing laws to make sure that these laws come up to date. This is 2024. If your law was made in 2011, you may want to look at it again, because then it will be up to date. But also practices. We need awareness for people when they're going online, for them to understand the practices that can keep them safe. But I think even way beyond all of that is the need for various countries to understand that we must have cooperation across boundaries in terms of transnational cooperation in areas where there are cybercrime activities. If we're trying to get everyone to get online and take advantage of the opportunities, then we must make sure that it is safe and it is secure. Activities and practices like online gender-based violence are things that we must address and make sure that when people come online, they are safe, they're secure, and they get benefits and opportunities.
Thank you, Gebenga. You cannot talk about the internet without talking about it being rights respecting. So over to you, Maria Fernanda.
Absolutely right, Liz. The fifth and the last characteristic aims to underscore that human rights are universal and that they apply equally offline as online. And they are not just a fundamental necessity, they are also a driving force for sustainable development. Achieving the objectives of the 2030 Agenda depends on realizing human rights effectively in the digital space. However, these require action. Governments must avoid practices like internet shutdowns and ensure that any restrictions on access are lawful, are necessary, are proportional, and non-discriminatory. Businesses and digital services providers also bear responsibility to respect human rights by promoting transparency, accountability, and due diligence throughout the life cycle of digital technologies. We know that the internet can amplify behaviors that harm societies, but the internet that we envision is one that protects us from such harms. A human rights-based approach to internet governance is essential to harness the internet benefits for all while safeguarding humanity, dignity, privacy, and security. Standards development organizations should also integrate human rights considerations into their processes to create technologies and frameworks that are inclusive and rights compliant. Human rights and environmental sustainability are crucially interconnected. So as we strive to connect the next billion users, we must embed human rights and sustainability into the policies, standards and practices that shape the internet. And this includes ensuring ethical and responsible use of emerging technologies like AI and implementing safeguards to mitigate risks such as online harassment and exploitation. To build a truly rights-respecting digital space, multi-stakeholders collaboration is essential. We must include perspectives from all, particularly from developing countries, civil society, independent media, and marginalized groups. Together we can work toward a common understanding of how to integrate the human rights framework into internet governance and ensure it is fully implemented online. Achieving the internet that we want will take collective effort, but by centering human rights in our digital policies and practices, we can create a safe, inclusive, and sustainable internet for everyone.
Thank you. That was a short presentation of the areas of the framework, the internet we want. And the intention with this framework is to formalize a bit the input that has been given over the years into exactly a framework. And that means that it's a condensed version of what has been discussed in IGF over the years. And we see this as a respecting way of the multi-stakeholder model because we have looked into what has the national and the regional and the international IGFs done and discussed over the years. And we think this is a very important vehicle to discuss issues around the internet. But we would also like us to show how we progress every year, how we can measure that we're moving forward, that we're changing as both a community, but also hopefully on connectivity, on freedom, on safety, on all the things that has been mentioned. So what we would like to do is, together with the community, to discuss how we best measure this progress. And we know there are some frameworks out there already, and also that UNESCO has measures on the indications of the national and regionals IGF on progress. So we will look into how we can measure this and hopefully also get input from all of you. What we'll do is send this to all the member states, this framework, together also, and the national and regional IGFs, hope to spread it out and have it as a direction giving into IGF. Over the years, we hope to collect some data that can be used to show exactly how we progress. We have now time for some questions, if there is. I don't know if there is a mic for any of the participants or any of you listening out there, but we're happy to take questions. I see Vint has his hand up. Vint.
I apologize, but I couldn't resist. First of all, thank you so much, all of you on the panel, for these wonderful words. I hope we capture them and incorporate them into our documents because they're so appropriate and perceptive. I wanted the audience to give some thought not only to the internet we want, but to the Internet Governance Forum we want. Because, as I said earlier, the internet keeps changing, and as a consequence, the Internet Governance Forum itself has to learn to adapt to the policy needs that the internet induces. So please keep that in the back of your mind as well, especially as we go forward into the World Summit on the Information Society Plus 20, which will consider whether the IGF should continue its work. So thank you.
Maybe what we could do is, because we have another part, segment 2 of this presentation that is regarding WSIS Plus 20. That's going to be moderated by Maria Fernanda. We can then explain a bit of our thinking around WSIS Plus 20 and then take questions if you have any questions. Over to you, Maria Fernanda.
Thank you very much, Liz. So in this second part of the session, we aim to look ahead and focus on the future of the IGF as we approach the WSIS Plus 20 review process. The IGF has served as a cornerstone for internet governance and digital public policy discussions. So over the next half hour, I hope that we can explore together how it can continue to play a pivotal role in advancing the outcomes of the WSIS Plus 20 review and the Global Digital Compact. The leadership panel firmly believes that the IGF is more than just a platform for dialogue. It is an essential space for inclusive, multi-stakeholder cooperation. Over the years, the IGF has fostered invaluable conversations that have informed policy decisions, built trust across diverse communities, and contributed to shaping our collective digital future. However, as we approach the WSIS Plus 20 review, it is crucial to demonstrate that the IGF is not only effective, but also evolving to meet the needs of today's rapidly changing digital landscape. The leadership panel main expectation from the WSIS Plus 20 process is a renewal of the IGF's mandate. We aim to make a strong case for this by highlighting the IGF's unique value proposition. And at the same time, we recognize that the IGF, like any institution, faces enormous challenges. Criticisms, whether about its outcomes, its visibility, or accessibility, must be addressed on. And that is why we are committed to bringing forward constructive, actionable proposals to strengthen the IGF's impact and relevance in the years to come. But this process cannot succeed without your input. We are here to listen to the community, to hear your ideas, your insights, and your recommendations that the leadership panel can help to amplify. We are keen to hear from you on what are the success stories of the IGF that should be highlighted, and also what can be improved for the IGF to meet its full potential. I will first turn to my fellow panel members, both online and in person, and then we will open up the conversation to hear from all of you at the audience. So let's make this a dynamic and productive conversation as we look toward ensuring that the IGF remains a vital part of the global digital policy ecosystem. So, Liz, your thoughts?
I don't know if we should start with the online.
Maybe start with Hatem?
Yeah. Sorry, Bint, I'm going to take it to you first.
Actually, I've already said primarily what I wanted to say, which is that we need to evolve an IGF we want to go along with the internet we want. As I think about this, I look for more ways of pulling together the perspectives of the participants in the IGF, not only in the annual event, but also in the various intersessional activities like the dynamic coalitions and policy networks, but also inputs from the MRIs. I think we need to commit ourselves to preparing coherent information to share with those who are affected by the internet and want better So we need to work hard on getting our output to the parties who need to hear it in actionable ways. So I'll turn this back to Hatem, I guess, since you wanted to process the online folks first.
Thank you, Vint. So actually, when we're talking about people going online, there are many ways to do it. We have seen in Africa, and Benga have mentioned this, about people leapfrogging into using mobile without using internet, while in many other countries in the developed world, the fiber and cable were the initial ways to go to the internet. But as we find today, there are, even in the developed world, there are people who are still not able to get proper access, either because they are in rural settings, and we see now some new modes of connection, like satellite, for example, which are becoming quite popular in some of the, let's say, rural or areas that do not have proper coverage. And I think that there is a role there for cooperation between governments, between providers, and also between the content creators that commercially sometimes need people to get connected. And together, I think there is a great room to connect, let's say, the next billion that Benga have talked about. There are a number of forums that work on this, like the Edison Alliance, for example, that had the vision to connect 1 billion unconnected, and it's almost done. This was in the past 3 years, and there are now more targets that are promising. And let's also remember that the internet is not only about access to information and so on, but the internet sometimes is a form for survival. And we've seen recently in a number of environmental disasters that the internet is a way to create early warning systems. UNDP is working on a number of projects for both disaster warning and disaster recovery. And this internet has become an essential part. Tools like the mobile phones and computers have become an essential tool of this, of warning people and also helping them survive. So it has gone beyond just being a tool for doing business or entertainment or connecting with friends and family or business.
Thank you, Hatem. Venga. Okay.
Okay, I'll take it. Thank you, and sorry for dodging the first intervention. Listen, WSIS Plus 20 for me is an excellent opportunity to take a step back and analyze what IGF is. And I think if I look at IGF, it's one of the few places where you have the opportunity for all stakeholders to enter into open discussions at the same, with the same voice or same strength or same, they are heard in the same way, all of them. To me, that's important. It's a part of the, of course, multi-stakeholder model, but it's also a part of a forum where you can change from year to year the topics in a way that is so dynamic and flexible we haven't seen in many other places. So WSIS Plus 20 for me should be a way to strengthen IGF, not to dilute it. And it's also important when you strengthen it, you do it by giving it a budget. So it's within the UN budget in the Secretariat. So the money that is funded from private sponsors can go to do other things than supporting the Secretariat. That can actually help the community out there. That would be a strengthening for me. And I think it's also important we discuss the duration of the IGF, but I'll leave that to Gebenga to discuss because he was the one bringing it up in our discussions today. So over to you, Gebenga.
Thank you. So in 2003, at the WSIS, I was a member of the Youth Caucus. And 20 years after the Tunis meeting, we're talking about WSIS plus 20. And the fact that a lot has happened for me as a person between 2003 and now, I think is a metaphor for what has happened with the internet between then and now. We started the Internet Governance Forum as an outcome of the WSIS, and the Internet Governance Forum has addressed many issues that have come out since then around the internet, around digital issues, around emerging technologies. And I believe that the IGF has become a natural home for many things. It has become a natural home for policy conversations. It's become a natural home for updates on what is going on. It has become one of the best examples of what can happen in a multi-stakeholder process, where all partners have access around a round table to contribute to the pie that belongs to everyone. And I think that as we go into WSIS Plus 20, one of the major, desires, and I believe one of the major things that we should see is that the things that have grown over the years, the NRIs, the national and regional initiatives, which by the way are across more than 100 countries, and many of them of course self-organized all through the year, they've demonstrated the resilience that this community has come to know very strongly. And I believe that not only should the IGF mandate be renewed for another 5 years, I believe that the IGF has demonstrated its capacity to be a permanent feature of the UN calendar, of the calendar of experts, and of all our calendars, so that this is something that we look forward to, not just because we want to have conversations, but also because it is probably the best platform where we can analyze, review, and monitor what is going on with the Global Digital Compact.
Thank you, Benga, and thank you to all the members of the leadership panel for your responses. But now, I would like to turn to you, to our audience, and the same two questions, please, to hear your points of view. What are the success stories that should be highlighted about the IGF in the context of the WSIS Plus 20 review? And what can be improved for the IGF to meet its full potential?
It's a very quiet audience.
I know it's late and the third day, fourth day. Okay, and I cannot see very clear, but I believe that we don't have any. No.
It's Vint just jumping in the quiet moment, and to suggest that the audience ask themselves and tell us, why do you come to IGF? What draws you to IGF? We want to reflect that as we seek support and permanent status for this organization.
That's a good question. Why are you here? No? Well, I think, or is there any other questions you would like to ask us? Yes, we have a hand.
Can we get a microphone over there?
Oh, there's a special podium.
A brave one. Yes. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Yu Ping. I actually come from one of the UN agencies. So I'd like to respond to Vince's question of why we come here. And then with also a small reflection on what I think will be very useful from the IGF leadership panel as a contribution to the WSIS Plus 20 review process that begins next year in New York. Why we come here? We're the United Nations Development Program, and we think it's particularly important to bring a development perspective to a lot of the issues that are being discussed here at the IGF. And in the same way, it's also very important to reflect on how the multi-stakeholder community, especially the discussion around emerging issues, can then be also taken into account as we look to supporting the program countries that we work with. The UNDPs in 170 countries around the world, we're really seeing digital as an accelerant and in great demand among program countries. But how is it that we take a forward-looking view of both the risks and challenges and the opportunities that are posed by digital? And in some ways, it's been the IGF that's identified a lot of these risks and opportunities for us to then take back to our development programming and think about how we best support the national governments that we work with. For us, the exchange, the network, the community, the expertise is really very valuable for us to get out of just the UN bubble and the conversations that we have too much of among people who are not as practiced or as experienced with technology. So that's why we come to the IGF and why we think it's so valuable, particularly the commitment to multi-stakeholderism. In terms of what I think might be very useful to the review of WSIS next year, we've heard a lot of conversation about how the Global Digital Compact is perhaps the next evolution of WSIS. But I think it's important to recognize that, again, multi-stakeholderism, the processes that have been developed over the last 20 years, the community that is committed to the implementation of digital cooperation and the use of ICTs through WSIS is the means by which the principles of the GDC can be implemented in practice by sectors across all society, and particularly for us at the country level with direct impact in society. So what would be very helpful is if the leadership panel and the eminent luminaries such as all of you could see how the WSIS action lines and the WSIS process could implement the GDC in practice. So really turning the commitments that made in the GDC through the WSIS action lines and the WSIS processes as the basis of implementation, with the IGF community and the IGF itself, of course, playing that particularly important role of bringing that to implementation as well. So really, I think that would be a very helpful reflection for the WSIS Plus 20 review. And again, the UNDP and the UN system really stands committed to the IGF.
Thank you very much. Any other question? Perfect.
Indeed, she's a brave woman. Yeah. So if I may add, I think the main reason why we came to this platform and why we think and believe it is really important, having experienced people like you guys and the audience here discussing really important topics in open-minded fashion, where we bring our thoughts together and bridging the gap that we might have or we might misunderstand each other. I think it's really the right platform where we shape the way internet should work. And I believe everybody is in great belief of this kind of platform, not only IGF, but any platform that really bring our ideas together. It's means to last forever. This is one. Second, if I may suggest, what does it take to bring IGF and give it more power? I think if we could suggest within the workshop, we attended a lot of workshops and we heard a lot of great ideas and practices from everyone. So if IGF could draft a kind of agenda for other important meetings in WSIS or other platform, and be an informative kind of notes or agenda to these bigger communities, this might add a huge potential to IGF in the future. And again, thank you very much for giving me the time.
Thank you for sharing with us. Any other? Well, if there's no one else, yep.
I've walked the floor, the village, and a lot of persons approached me and said that what they like about the IGF space is that they feel free to network, to ask questions, get answers. It's not the regular UN type environment where you're kind of afraid to approach anybody to ask them anything. So I think the networking, the freedom to be able to ask a silly question and get an answer, because there are no silly questions here at the IGF. So it's a good comfort zone for persons, I think, to be able to share as well as to get knowledge. And that's what I've been getting from a lot of the persons when you walk around and they approach you. So it's a nice free space for conversations. Thanks.
Thank you, Carol, for sharing that with us. Any other participation? You want to comment something, Benga?
Yes, while the next person, is trying to make their way to the podium. And I think this, thanks Liz, Liz was just mentioning something that I thought was important. So last night, I had dinner with the group, the IGF, Africa Youth IGF, and I'd met them in Addis, where they were attending the African School on Internet Governance. And, I sat there and I listened to what they were saying about, from doctors to engineers, all kinds of professions, but they were all connected by one thing, the fact that they had an opportunity to come to the African School on Internet Governance, to learn about Internet governance, to see how the Internet shapes everything that they do. And, there are national schools of Internet governance, there are sub-regional, there are regional schools on Internet governance. And I think that, by the way, and when I listened to all of them, like you applied to get support to come to the IGF. Why? The one reason, most of them gave is the fact that they got to learn about the things that they had heard about in a very structured way because they got involved with the IGF. I never really saw it that way. Because I literally went, head into the IGF process. But for them, it is a lot better structured right now. People can get into the IGF process. There is a session for newcomers. There's a school on internet governance, either in Europe or Africa or other continents. And there are sessions that are dedicated to either lightning talks or various topics. And over the years, they can get to get new knowledge that they find applicable in the things that they do.
Thank you, Benga. Hatam Bint, would you like to comment on what we have been hearing from the audience?
Well, I think I put my voice with all the others. I think it's very, very important that we all continue to work together to achieve this vision of the internet we want. And 20 years onwards, I wasn't there in the beginning like some of my colleagues here. But 20 years onwards, I think it's, it's great to see how the internet has changed the world. And I think, a lot of the new technologies we're talking about, like AI and so on, the internet is the backbone of all of this. So it's very important. The work that we're doing in IGF is, if anything, becoming more and more important as more layers are built on top of the internet. It's not only the one thing, it's become a base for so many things in our lives.
Yes. Bint?
I just wanted to echo what Hatem was saying, especially about the fact that the internet seems to grow layers just whenever they're needed. The World Wide Web showed up as a new layer, the HTTP protocol over TCP/IP when Tim Berners-Lee invented the World Wide Web. And now I see a new AI layer coming. Many of you have your fingers in that pie, the whole notion of AI agents interacting with each other through yet another layer up in the application space. What comes to my mind as I listen to what many of you have said is that we hear many, many voices speaking in the IGF context. And one of the hardest things that we face is trying to aggregate
and distill and summarize what those voices are saying and make that available for insight to others who care a great deal about how well the internet works, how well it serves their needs, and whether those are personal needs or business needs or government needs. And in order to do that aggregation and distillation, we need to rely on more than just voluntary labor. All of you who come to the IGF, for the most part, are volunteers. And we have a secretariat which is overworked and understaffed. But it is through them that much of this distillation has to happen. And so this discussion just reinforces my belief that we need to make the IGF not only a permanent part of the UN landscape, but also a sponsored one, a supported one, with a secretariat which is worthy of and has the capacity to take the outputs coming from the various IGF activities and turning these into actionable information that countries of the world can make use of. Many countries are saying, help us understand what we should be doing to make the internet a better place. And we'd like to have good answers to that question.
Thank you, Bint. Liz?
I have two things I would like to comment on. One was to kind of incorporate the GDC into the WSIS process. And we have, as a leadership panel, looked into and are advocating that the GDC could have a good home in IGF. We think that could be a good place to do and to measure some of the things that are in the GDC. That's one thing. The other thing is it's that the space we have in IGF for free conversations, and you can ask questions even if you might think they're stupid. And back to the point Carol made, and I agree with this, there are no stupid questions, only stupid answers. And in a world that is both very technical but connecting us also on a social level, it is important that we have this forum to come together, to exchange both best practices, but also to discuss the difficult issues that are in relation to the internet. So that is what I find is the beauty of IGF. You can have the whole palette of technical, of societal, and also of the glittery AI techie stuff. So it's a forum that I would really urge everyone to preserve, but of course we should make it a stronger and better IGF.
Thank you very much. And listening to all of you, it only underscores what we have been talking all about, which is the need to have a permanent IGF that has a budget that can really allow us to fulfill our mission. And I want to thank everybody for your participation and invite you to go back and to your countries and work on making the internet we want, the instrument that we need right now to have a world that really is better for humanity. The internet can be the tool that brings peace and prosperity for all. Thank you.
The internet is a story about community and connection. A global space where we share our knowledge, our joys, and our lives. A space to receive news, services, and perspectives. The internet is where we connect. This is where ideas are shared, business is conducted, memories are preserved, and identities are shaped. A community open to all of us, to build, to form, and to protect. We are all connected. We are the internet. Let's shape our future together.